Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Ra Zim, and this is Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 30, Bazaar, Equipped for Anything. With this particular campaign, we've got two other streamers that you all definitely need to go check out. Drunk_Dragon_Era, as well as Oneko Tiago. And I know I mispronounce that every time. I swear I'll get it one of these days. We do have a tip goal for this session tonight. The One Size Wonder. And we'll get started very shortly when the others are done with their intros.
Yes! Everything worked this time by itself. I didn't have to fit things. Mala, I am neither going to confirm nor deny. What more outfits, more flair, tip goal will lead to.
Oh no, I just realized.
Oh.
I'm upset.
I mean,
You're
the tip
not.
goal's right there. And
You're
Taya
not.
has a tip goal this time, and so does Zim, so everybody has one.
Do bits count?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Tips are directly to us, that way they come directly to us.
Hey there, Spooky. Well, shall we get
I
started with
assume several of us, if not all of us, run Pokemon Community Game. And all of the work I did making the tip goal tracker is now unnecessary.
Nice, it got completed.
Thank you, Key.
We didn't even get to intros. Lol.
Hilarious.
I've donated to both of you, but I have not gotten to donate to Taya yet.
But one way or the other, welcome one and all. I am your wonderful, amazing GM and or pseudo-god of Twilight here, about to run the biggest shopping expedition of these characters' lives, until they come back here, obviously, because they're going to come back here. Let's face it. But we're going to go ahead and pass it on. Hey, Key.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carcerus, also known as Key, and I am playing Last Lost, the Smoke Lion Paladin. Oh boy, I am so excited for tonight. Okay, Viv, it's your turn.
Hi, I'm Viv. I'm playing Shoal Brinecoat, the Cat Shark Ranger, with a little bit of cleric thrown in. I exist to bite things and to be a gremlin to somebody at some point in some way. Vari, go.
I'm Varien, and I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician bard. Zim, go.
I am Ra Zim, and I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog. He is a sentient feral and a kineticist entropist. Off to Vault.
My name is Oneko Tiago. I'm playing Dr. Volt. He's a German mad scientist artificer, based heavily on Dr. Wily.
Big surprise.
And with that...
Has everyone gone?
Yep, that was everybody. So now we get to go to story time with Darren. Ba-da-ba-ba. And go over last week's lovely session from our master of notes, Darren. Oh, don't tell me this didn't load. Of course Darren didn't load. Well, apparently we're hearing a recording from Darren.
Yep.
You said it was working.
I didn't fix the settings on Darren.
It's okay. Darren's just absent today. Hang on, I have a Fugi for this.
Oh, geez, do I need to go grab a Fugi?
No, you don't.
It sounds like it'll take me 2 seconds. If you got a Fugi for this, I'm going to grab it.
Because who did I get recently that I can use for this?
Ah,
Ah.
Just let me know when you're ready, Era.
Take almost there. Almost there. Yeah, got it. You're good.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, your usual, what do they call him? The note taker? Is absent today. Don't worry. I'm here to give you exactly what you want. Now then, what chapter was it? Well, that's right. Session 29. Revelations Part 1. The Trails We Choose. Dr. Volt checks the time as he finally gets many of the bits and bobs of the corpse pulled apart. Unfortunately, he must tear himself away in order to get to the team meeting with Betty. So, the good doctor starts cleaning things up and locking down his autopsy room for good measure. Making his way to the bakery, Volt notices how normal things are in Twilight at the moment. Aside from everyone being armed, sometimes to and including the teeth. The others have already arrived, and Last is currently making a new specialty item, a donut sandwich with mascarpone filling. Paint is curled up under a table. Fred nods to Volt, and Volt nods back. Fred tells Volt to ask Lost about last night, causing Paint to whimper. Dr. Volt quirks an eyebrow, stating that sounds ominous, and asks what happened. Shoal quips, a murder most foul, causing Paint to whimper again. Last sighs as Paint sends along the image of a monstrous last dog getting torn apart, then whimpers and curls up tighter. Last does his best to keep the description of last night's events brief, and is delighted, at least in part, that Volt already surmised that heavy winds would be bad for the Vapor Cat. The bell at the front door rings as Betty comes in, wearing a fabulous dark red dress and hat seemingly from the 1920s. Fred pantomimes a silent wolf whistle. Her heels click upon the floor as she walks over, then sees the tray of desserts and frowns. Betty bought the outfit today and plans to wear it to the bar fight to hide the blood. Looks like I'm going to have to do some editing here. Darren, darling, it is blood, not bloody. Shoal approves and compliments the choice. Leveling a look over at the proprietor of the bakery, requesting matcha or oolong tea and something sweet. Missing context. It's Betty that's looking over at Last. Last suggests pure leans, going to make a pot of matcha tea after leaving a mug of sweets on the table in front of Betty. With a relieved sigh, Betty pulls off one of her shoes, glad to take it off for now. Though she takes the opportunity to show off that at the press of a button, a switchblade pops out of the heel. It's a pair of stiletto shoes. After tea is served, Betty takes a deep breath. She asks that the group forgive her for getting angry as she's now off the pain meds. She's also not supposed to fight, but she's going to fight, and also kill anyone that stops her from fighting. Explaining she has taken time to reconnect with her past and meditate, and now remembers that night much more clearly. She's already told the guard, thankfully. Oh good, we're not going to be playing musical telephone. She was making tea and food for herself, but there was a knock at her door. When she answered, there were 5 men in trilbies and trench coats who pushed into her home. The encounter was strange, especially for her, an experienced fighter. The invaders didn't move in normal ways, like they had no thoughts to their actions, as if their bodies moved on impulse. Betty notes the invaders' faces were partially obscured, though she did recognize one of them. Not the one she knocked the tooth out of. That guy didn't even react. The expressions of the men was unsettling. Eyes open, but not there, as if they were asleep. Then things got dark, and there were sounds of someone stumbling around the room. There were 5 of them, but they weren't coordinated or really working together in any capacity. 3 of them grabbed her and dragged her to a corner. Apparently they didn't set up the creepy stuff at first. No, first they pushed a piece of paper in her face that had a symbol that vanished quickly. The invaders stayed there for several moments, as if waiting for something to happen. Betty isn't sure when time got involved, but she remembers a bang and the fear of actually getting hurt. Then one of them knocked her out, and she came to when Fred and Shoal arrived. However, the oddest part is the man she recognized was one of those she had heard was kidnapped some time ago. Betty repeats how weird it was that they held the mostly blank paper in front of her for a while. There was the chaos symbol in the corner, but that one she can remember. The other one was some kind of rune that reminds her of the letter she tried to give to Fragment Not Found some time ago. Sitting back in her chair, Betty now opens up to having questions asked of her. Volt ponders the situation, knowing it is likely some form of mind control or hypnosis being used on the trenchcoats. Fred scribbles out, asking about Betty's monk training. She was brought in as a young child with lots of mental focus training and taught to punch just about anything. Part of that training was breaking one's own digits to desensitize and strengthen them. Lots of meditating. Wold surmises the amount of meditation Betty has done may have inured her to various mind control effects. But this is the first time Betty has returned to her training in a long time. Last asks a slightly unbecoming question of how long Betty has been in Twilight. Betty is, surprisingly, older than Tooth. He didn't even have his bar when she arrived in Twilight. Last ponders that maybe her advanced age in the realm protected her. Unfortunately, the postulating doesn't do much good. Almost like they were wasting time. Then again, the rune that didn't work could have been intended to brainwash Betty and recruit her. But if that's the case, would that not be the same for the letter she had given the group? To that end, Lass asked Fred, who read the letter, if he remembers what was in it. Fred recalls the symbol of chaos, of course, but as for what else? He remembers that Shoal opened the letter before handing it to him, where only the symbol of chaos was. If there was anything on the letter, it would have affected Shoal. Fred scribbles this out, telling the others that Shoal was the first to see the letter. The others turn to look at the cat shark. While they can't remember the details of it, Shoal remembers that something tried to affect him. He remembers his will crumbling before the magic, but it seemed to fail to take full effect. Lastly arises that the letter was originally intended for Betty, failed, and she brought it to them. The letter failed on the group, and later, for some reason, an attempt was made on Betty again. But neither Betty nor Shoal is part of the trophy group, it seems. Having a thought, Fred asks if Betty was ever a recaller. She succinctly answers with no. She doesn't have the intuition or patience to deal with people in the real. Nodding enthusiastically, Fred makes note of this. Still, they are left wondering why the symbol didn't affect Betty. Les begins to speculate the reason why it didn't work is because so many citizens allowed themselves to become complacent, drowning in the games and becoming malleable. The philosophy goes above everyone's head, so Les stops for a moment, instead asking how Betty is doing. She's doing okay, but is a bit more aggressive now without the pain meds. Though when asked if she would like her confections to go, she declines. She's about to be very unladylike in a few seconds. When the questions seem done, Betty stands, crams the purolines into her mouth to crunch on them, then chases it down with her matcha tea. Fred preempts this by crumbling up a Wonder Meal bar and sprinkling it on his donut mascarpone sandwich to avoid her eating it, then begins crunching on it. Last gives Fred a look of deep disapproval. I have to agree with Last here, Fred. Such a waste.
So funny though.
Sadly, Foof hasn't learned terribly much more about this particular situation in Twilight. Getting a bright-eyed look, Fred writes out, asking Last about his law friend, and if they've heard anything. Unfortunately, since last seeing Alan Exley, Last hasn't heard from them, but he wouldn't be too hard to find. Besides, before that, Last would like the group to get paid for the mission they went on. After that, they can see what to do next. Fred suggests going to the world mirror otherwise, the mention of the relic causing Paint to whimper again from under the table. Shoal grumps, telling Paint to stop it with the moping. Last takes a moment to tell the group why Paint was so intent on getting him to the world mirror last night. The afterlife of his people supposedly exists, and technically, using the world mirror, one could follow the thread of fate to find it. Volt asks why this is being avoided. In reply, Last explains that it would be imposing on the team, and other options not involving the full team are untenable. Shoal snorts, stating that the easy fix for that is just to ask them if they want to help with it. Fred notes that they can't exactly just leave the city anyway, not without a mission, right? On that note, Last presents the transit passes and lays them out on the table, explaining their usage. On examination, Volt finds that not only are the passes nigh indestructible, they are real. Real in the same way as Twilight itself. They cannot be gotten rid of. Last is quite taken with this idea, trying to explain that these passes are effectively now permanent additions to the recaller's persons. If they work like the realm, any damage or theft is undone when one looks away and fails to observe it, returning the pass to its default state. Fred, seeking to test this, tries to steal Shoal's pass. The first time he attempts, he merely pulls out a rubber ducky. Frowning, the Kitsune attempts again, and feels the pass in hand this time. And he pulls out a link catcher ball, putting it back after. Last quips about taking all day, or getting paid. Dejected, the fox sighs and nods, but brightens up when Last promises to let him try to take the pass from him any time. After an attempt yields baking tongs, Fragment gets dressed and head off for Tooth's bar. When they arrive, they find the bar is very cleaned, and Tooth looks very, very happy. He's grinning and humming to himself as he gets everything set up, and other things put away. An amount of suspicion and amusement is had amongst the team. Shoal specifically squinting and Fred suppressing a giggle. When asked about his mood, Tooth explains he found a guard willing to turn their back and let things slide after a certain time. So the big not day is going to happen. Fred also has something important to tell Tooth about the impending not a bar fight. Curious, Captain Tooth impatiently asks what that is. In big, bold letters, Fred writes, Betty. Excited, the shark sets up Betty's table in the center of the room, after which he asks what the team want from him since they're here. Also asks if there's a way to strengthen the windows. Last attempts to ask for payment, and Fred suggests storm shutters. Tooth nods and then presents Fragment Not Found with 1,000 seals for each recaller. I got corrected on this before I came here, so yes, I know how to pronounce it right, thank you. Paint begins to very sadly begin munching on seals one at a time. While Tooth resumes setup, Shoal ponders if it would be funnier to tell them what's coming or not. Fred shakes his head emphatically, so Shoal just points at the bar and laughs before the group leaves. Now the team has options on what to do first. Go to the world mirror, or look for Alan Exley. Paint just sighs and dejectedly munches on his seals. Shoal squints at the wild dog, grumbling. Fred asks, why not both? It's not a matter of both, of course, it's a matter of what's first. Getting an idea, Last scoops up paint and begins walking off, the others in tow. They do not find Dextrol at the training grounds Last takes them to, however. Instead, they are directed to Threshold, where Dextrol is sat in an office doing paperwork. Dex has gotten bigger, sprouted tiny wings, and the trees Paint brought back for him are now his new horns. Paint is exceptionally excited by those trees being used, but gets sad again when Dextrol says they're a bit itchy. Seeing the tiny wings, though, he wiggles out of Last's hands and runs out of the building, much to everyone's bewilderment. Sadly, Dex can't help in looking for Alan Exley. Anything inside Twilight is outside his purview. Disappointing, but Foof instead move on to the next destination. Since Last would like to avoid finding Exley until after Paint rejoins the group, he takes his companions to the world mirror. Paint runs to the blanket shop, and is unfortunately rebuffed and refused service. Undeterred at first, the wild dog runs through the streets, looking for someone to make wing extensions for Dextrol. Sadly, he can't find any sort of shop or workshop willing to take on such a task. So, unfortunately for him, Paint goes back to the world mirror, ending up rejoining the party just in time. At the mirror, Last approaches it hesitantly. Stepping forward, he reaches out to draw forth images. He sees the afterlife he saw before, or at least mostly what he saw before. The architecture and environment seems to be what was promised and more. Last people, both those pre- and post-transition, are there, giving credence to its ancientness. While his mask isn't there, the Sapnos instead sees him. Sitting on his throne is an entity divine, with fingers steepled, concern plain upon his face. The other gods are not there. Confused, Last extends out his hand as if to touch the mirror. Why is he there? Why not the other gods? Why not Medivh? Why not Holthrids, the twins? For a moment, darkness encroaches upon the pictured nirvana, and the throned god concentrates, banishing it for the moment. Leaning in, Last squints, pondering what that is. Dr. Volt sees this and realizes this god is holding that realm back from being consumed by darkness. It is a world at its end, held together by a single divinity. Last seems to be difficult over this, finding it hard to accept that Avnos, a deity once called the Absent Father, is presiding over the afterlife. A god who had been banished for his actions and aggression. Vol points out that, as Last describes him, he is a hunter-protector. It's in the title. Fred observes the mirror, then nudges Last, making a zooming out motion with his fingers. The Smoke Lion understands immediately and brings back the vision of his afterlife. And they find this tiny fragment of salvation is so close to the darkness. So close to oblivion. Fred has Last continue going further and further out so they can find stars for Fred to have a reference for distance. It takes a good while before any stars are visible for Fred to do his calculations and comparisons. The Kitsune notes that it would be difficult getting out there, but it's technically possible. Murmuring to himself, Last simply stares into the mirror for a while. Paint leans against his charge, finding that Last's legs have begun to shake. Going to his knees before he collapses, the paladin turns to his allies, asking if they will help him. Shoal levels a look of supreme incredulity at last, as if he's mind-bonkeringly stupid. Fred helpfully translates the looks as, "Of course we'll help you, idiot," in Shoal look. Slowly getting back to his feet, Lost smiles and thanks his friends. Although Dr. Volt points out he really wants to study this phenomenon, and Shoal warns that he's going to taste test this afterlife. To avoid further feels, as Last mentions he's rather close to being an emotional wreck at the moment, Fred suggests they continue on. It may be time to find Alan Exley. Shoal briefly contemplates doing something stupid with the world mirror, but decides against it, following the others as they go in search of Exley. Oh, Shoal, you disappoint me.
Hey, sometimes I have the brain cell.
Today, he had the brain cell.
I guess
Can I
we'll
get...
have to-
There it is.
There it is.
Go ahead.
Alas, audience, it seems we're going to have to wait for Shoal to cause even more chaos in Twilight. It takes some time, as Last takes his team on his patrol route. Fragment end up finding Exley in the Eclipse Warfront district, up on his soapbox doing a speech to absolutely nobody. Lost moves ahead of the others to approach Alan, greeting him and introducing the rest of his group. Getting down from his soapbox, the man greets the recallers, asking what they may wish of him. After a pause, Lost asks if Exley knows anything of the other faction, as it were. Apparently Exley was hoping they'd come to him, and he's gotten quite tired of his opposition. While he's an open book, he does ask if they would prefer somewhere more private. He also asks if they like the map he brought, that he used Fret's measurements. Fret gives a squint to the man, causing him to be disappointed. But no matter, not all gifts land. Eventually, Fret and Shoal lead Alan Exley and the rest of their team to a tea shop near the World Mirror. Alan offers to pay and gets them a nice, quiet, comfortable corner to converse in. The first question asked is about the room that supposedly failed on Shoal and Betty. Alan explains it's a mind control room, but it only works on those that aren't happy being in Twilight. It works on those who are malleable, those who are discontent with how things are. So while the games made citizens malleable, the discontent and disgruntlement at the games being ended made them vulnerable. The next question is how the Protean faction is able to maneuver like it has been. Alan explains that while he doesn't have the details on the amount of time they've been acting in Twilight, he knows the how. Alan is a mortal agent for the plane of law, so some agent or agents for the Proteans are acting in their stead. Now Alan asks a question. Do the recallers present know why? Why the attempt to take over Twilight? Dr. Volt assumes it's because the Proteans want to cause chaos. Technically, yes, but not the true goal. Alan puts forth that Twilight has greater purpose. He explains that Twilight functions like a sieve or a catch, where broken and lost things have been congregating. The more souls Twilight has within it, the more it plugs up a hole in the universe that things are leaking through. And if things continue to leak through, the universe will become destroyed. And that is the end goal of the Proteans, of course. They are agents of entropy, after all. But Alan, being an agent of law, wants to see Twilight flourish and grow until it plugs the gap. The Fragment aren't entirely certain that this is necessarily the way to go about things, even if he doesn't seem exactly wrong. Dr. Volt, as he understands the way the cosmos works, can't entirely refuse Alan's claims, but is fairly certain that Alan's way isn't the only way to achieve the perpetuation of the universe. Fred does point out that they may need Exley's help later with various law and contract matters, especially if he becomes a councilman. Paint looks excited as he looks to Fred at this notion, then looks to Shoal and frowns. Shoal smirks. On that note, Alan suggests that maybe he could get some endorsement. This leaves the group a little leery, but Alan explains that he does not expect endorsement from this exchange. He has stated many times the information is free, but it would be very helpful for him and his purposes if he did. As an act of reassurance, Lass does tell Exley that he would still vote for the man. It's not quite voting time yet, but Alan figures that an endorsement from the Paladin of Erebaian would be helpful. Lost reminds the Lost reminds the prospective councilman that the people of Shadow's Playground don't like him very much. But Alan goes on to say that if this whole problem with the Protean faction is taken care of, people would absolutely love Fragment Not Found. And in turn, that means an endorsement by Last would go a long way when it comes to voting in a new council member. As a show of trust and how far he's willing to go to help the party, Alan offers out his hand. Contemplating this offer cautiously, Lost reaches out his hand. Paint sends repeated images of a contract and shaking hands, including an image of zooming in closer and closer and closer to see infinitely fine print. Even so, Last decides to put a little faith in the lawman and takes his hand. Paint tries to bite and stop the paladin, but fails in time. The two clasp their hands in a firm handshake. Alan shows the back of his hand, and a number in green flame there ticks down. The hands turn back to the back of Loss, and a number 1 in green appears. The handshake ends, and Alan explains cryptically that while this can't be used inside Twilight, due to Arabane's refusal, one can use it just outside the gates. Just concentrate on using it, and a guide will appear. That number is a ticket to a place that is much bigger by Alan's description. A place where many beings go to trade items. Should Fragment go there, they will be made to sign up and told how things work in this, as Shoal puts it, bizarre bazaar. Last looks over the number, holding up his hand as he remarks his curiosity. Then he asks what Alan intends to do regarding the other faction. Well, technically, Alan has no real plan to do more than he already is. Technically, he could talk to his superiors to see about doing something. Lost remarks that bringing in more outside forces seems a bad idea. Fred, however, holds up a finger and scribbles that they could at least hear them out. Looking at his allies, Last asks how they feel on the matter. Volt sees no reason why not. Shoal's face is scrunched up in distaste, and Paint is too busy worrying over Lost's hand to listen. At least Fred would like to... Fred? Chad, I'm starting to think I might be dyslexic.
Aw.
Fred, Velma, and Daphne.
I mean, considering the way some of you act and the circumstances around you,
I mean, we do have Scooby-Doo with us.
I don't know, I think Paint is much cuter than Scooby-Doo. Anyway, pardon the faux pas. At the least, Fred would like to get a certain outsider involved, the foxfolk grinning even as Shoal squints at him. Fred notes that the more forces that get involved, the more balanced it is. Spoken like a true agent of a devil. Alan agrees to talk to his superiors and see where they can go from there. After all, he still has to abide by Twilight's rules as they stand. As the conversation draws to a close and Alan goes to leave, he specifically calls out Fred by telling him to be careful who he trusts. Booping the kitsune on the nose, he says that some things don't like to be ignored too long. And then he's gone, walking out of the tea shop and leaving Fragment to talk amongst themselves. Fred has a haunted look on his face, Shoal using their bond to ask if he should bite Exley. Shaking his head, Fred tells him he doesn't need to, booping the cat shark on the nose in turn. Paint licks at last hand, trying to get the number off. And the wild dog doesn't seem very convinced that this bazaar would be any good, even when tempted by the idea of finding whatever he ran off to find earlier. Shaking his head, Paint looks at Volt, drawing the doctor's curiosity as he pulls out his paints and begins creating a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Shoal makes it clear he wishes to cause a problem, but is no more clear on that, leaving it open to interpretation. Paint ends up making a painting of Dextrol in T-pose with a variety of upgrades and presents it to Volt when he finishes. The wild dog looks up at his teammates expectantly with big puppy dog eyes. Volt looks over this schematic, muttering that it just might be possible. Fred says to Shoal that it's a pretty good piece of art. Shoal does not seem all that impressed, though Lost is mostly nodding and looking at it. While he would like to say he wants to put it on the fridge, he knows it would be condescending. Paint pushes his remaining 366 seals over to Volt in the hopes that it would fund the project. Volt pockets the seals, but knows it wouldn't be enough. Instead, he plans to petition his boss for funding for the latest in cough fashion, and give Paint his seals back later. Lost does his best to tempt Shoal to behave for now by promising to have him back in Twilight in time for the bar fight. Nodding to this, Fred telepathically tells Shoal they should probably hold up on making mischief until after the bar fight. Fred agreeing to come along with a sigh, Shoal makes mental note to do this nonsense later. Goodness, how much more notes? Darren, stop writing so many notes. So Fragment Not Found head off toward Threshold. There in town they find Arson, in pants, hung up by some rope with a bunch of kids under him laughing and giggling. Apparently Arson is not skipping class like this, and it's fine, the kids are laughing. Shoal says he's going to inform the teacher. Lost, however, is deeply devious and gets the kids a stick. He tells the kids Arson is pretending to be a piñata for them, and once he yells for them to stop to go get the teacher to get him down, and to tell the teacher to get them candy and that Lost said to give them candy. And then the group leaves Arson to his fate. My, I'd say that's almost evil. So Fragment move on to the customs checkpoint, flashing their transit passes. The gnome sighs and pulls out a thin notebook and pen to take notes on where they're going. Joel helpfully says shopping, which the gnome jots down. And for the first time, Fragment Not Found leave the city without their call, stepping out onto the shadow grass turf. When Les concentrates on the number on his hand, a dreadfully familiar cold feeling drifts through space. From the nothing emerges an entity clad in many robes, carrying a lantern. The guide tells the group to follow him, and not to stray from the path, then turns and waits for the recallers to follow. Fragment follow the guide through this rift, becoming surrounded by the same chill breeze as emanated through the Unraveler's rift. Darren, you need to get better at writing. You're repeating a lot of words and phrases here. Were you tired when you wrote this? The path is a winding one, and the lost souls follow the lantern bearer closely. and a natural whistling drifting through the passage. And as if almost no time at all had passed, they emerged into an open, grassy field. On a nearby hill, overlooking everything, is what appears to be a sprawling marketplace. The guide moves over to a picnic table with others who are similar to himself, pouring what appears to be a cup of coffee. Lies, that's liquid entropy. Since the group are new, the guide explains that they should go to the main office first, as they don't have a card. All they need to do is think about going to the main office, and they'll get there. He also warns Fragment that they should not steal in the marketplace. They will be found, and they will be disintegrated. All of Fragment are found nod in understanding, their gazes inexorably drawn to the Bazaar. In each reality, there is someone here, and there is something here for someone in every reality. And now, finally, Session 30. The Bazaar, equipped for anything.
And we slide back into the table. By the way, Key, you're going to have to read my chat.
Oh god, hang on. I'll get in your chat. In just a second, I had to swap a Fugi.
You're fine. You're fine.
You are correct, Pierce.
He
So
wanted
you're
me to
early-
spray the cat.
Excuse?
Yeah.
Excuse?
You got cheesed and boxed.
Oh, well, Emil doesn't care. He would have kept reading anyway.
One way or
Pierce
the
is
other.
very ignorable, to be fair.
Give me those back.
I was wondering how long it was going to be.
A gleaming
That took a while, too.
Mr.
Oh.
Dragon 114 tipped 30
1 sec. Mr. Dragon, thank you so much for that tip. We're over halfway to the tip goal being completed. Thank you so much.
So there you guys sit, atop the green little hill in the middle of this. Well, it's like an island. It's never ending. Streets of pavilions and shops and stalls and people of all kin all walking around. Reminds you of Twilight in a way, but so much more vast. This one shopping area seems to go all the way to the horizon. And how would our local navigator like to roll a navigation roll to try and figure out the quickest path to the main office?
That sounds like a reasonable idea. Okay, give me a moment.
A generous bestowal.
Demon, thank you for that tip as well.
Underscore tipped $20.
That's good,
Squeaky Bazaar as him squeaky.
That rolled off of the edge of that.
That is
it would
my
have been
tip
a
goal.
very high number.
That is my tip goal fully completed. Thank you guys
Good to
so
know.
much.
And as we already established, my tip goal got completed before we actually went live.
Yep, so we got one more over on my channel. More outfits, more flair.
Okay,
But-
so that's an 8.
Vari, what's on your mind right now?
Probably a certain devil.
Uh-oh.
As you guys, I'm assuming, follow Fret, things are kind of a blur as you walk through the streets. And you end up at a shop called the Devil's Playhouse. There's a super sale going on for evil souls. Thank you for the tip, Ido. I appreciate it. According to the sign, you can get evil souls 2 for a month.
What's the name of the shop?
Devil's
Devil's
Playhouse.
Playground.
Or Playground, thank you.
Fret will scribble out, whoops, this is not where we were supposed to be going.
Hey, Shoal. You hear somebody across the street shouting, deep fried fairies on a stick.
That's not fair.
1 for a week, 3 for 2 weeks.
Well, Shoal doesn't have a week to just hand over to somebody as far as he's aware, so, maybe later.
Mala screaming.
Yeah, bonded mind to Shoal. Absolutely coming back here later.
Yes, I want to eat one.
You said
Possibly
3 for a
6.
week?
Yep.
1 for a week, 2 weeks for 3.
That's a
Also,
deal.
Viv,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, from the sounds of things, I mean, your reason for why you can't do that, I don't know. It sounds like a weak excuse.
Look, if they hadn't given a cost of a week, I would have had to roll a will save. But Shoal, as far as he is aware, does not own anything called a week, so he cannot give that up as payment.
Do you wish to try again?
Yeah, I would like to try again.
I'm gonna eat a bunch of fairies once I have currency.
Okay, that's
much better.
A21.
Fantastic. This time you do actually manage to make it to the government building. It's a small, concrete, unassuming building that also seems like an island amidst all the chaos and shops. Everything is a blur as you walk by, but you guys being from Twilight are slightly used to the weirdness that goes on. It's a little bit different than the application that is in Twilight, but same principle. You guys, I'm assuming, are going to go ahead and enter. There's a little thing on the door that says main office. As you guys enter, it opens up to a wide, large, and surprisingly opulent waiting room. Over on the back corner, there are people typing on... You're not sure what those are. Computers? Typewriters? Something. A couple of lines. You see some stalls with flyers. Seems people are going up to those counters to do something. Some of them are handing over weird currencies, you're thinking. And they seem to be swiping some sort of card and handing it back. What would you guys like to do?
Well, Fret will, gesture for someone to go first, apparently rather intimidated by all this whole process.
Shoal will go first.
You walk up to one of the counters, and the guy behind the counter looks up from his tab and goes, "Hello, how can I help you?"
We just got here. We were directed to come here. Now what?
New applicants. I'm assuming the group is together. He does that motion with his finger. He goes, "All right. Well, we'll start with you since you're here first. Just give me a few moments. We're going to go ahead and get some scans done, and we'll proceed through the application to make sure that you're not some sort of problem. I would suggest if you are some sort of problem, a very dangerous criminal that's known to destroy universes, yada yada blah. You just leave now because you will become dust the moment I run this. If you are something that we need to worry about."
I mean, I like being a problem. I'm not that level of problem.
All right, and he'll begin to tap away. Without asking your name, after a few moments, he goes, "All right, we got Shoal Brinecoat. I don't know how to pronounce this planet name. Is this some form of water language? How do you pronounce this?"
Shoal will make a complicated cat noise.
He blinks and goes, "Oh, I was way off. All right. And loading. Loading. What the heck? And then he starts tapping furiously. Here, just read this while I'm fixing this. He hands over a pamphlet.
Shoal is gonna start looking through the pamphlet then.
Welcome to the Bazaar. The Bazaar. It's a little intro that goes over the rules of not stealing, not trying to commit murder. Slavery is definitely not allowed. Clown hunting stalls are need to be very well protected. If you see any stray clowns, you are permitted to either report them or kill the clowns immediately, unless they have a specific marker that says they are not the kind of clowns that are a problem. As well as other general rules that you expect to see in a marketplace. It very much warns that the god of the green flame, Nicholas, will deal with you should you become a problem. As well as, the lovely fine text that goes into the details. Specifically, it notes that no, we are not shortening your lifespan by taking time. We use time that is wasted time. Those times that you sit and stare at a wall for several hours, really bored out of your mind and tired, but don't actually do anything with. Those times where you're asleep and you don't actually wake up. Those times that just aren't being used by you. This in no way, shape, or form will shorten or extend your lifetime. Exchanging this time back into your reality does not actually extend your life unless you find a way of doing so, which we don't suggest doing. It tends to screw things up and piss off the God of Fate. We do not like pissing off the God of Fate in this particular universe, because they can come here. Please don't do it. If they do come here, it becomes your problem again, and it will be your problem very quickly. Thank you for your understanding. As well as the normal fine text. After a while, the guy behind the counter goes, "Oh, I thought we fixed that bug. You guys are timeless, I see."
Kind of.
You're no longer tied to your universe's time spectrum. You guys persist even though you should be not persisting, yes?
Yes.
Oh, good. That explains it. And then he goes back to tapping and goes, "All right. And you're done. Next, please."
Okay, Fret, your turn.
Fret will approach.
He
and
begins
wave.
tapping. All right. Fret's signature from Ola Run. All right. And then we'll bypass this so we don't have to go through that. Sound correct so far? Ooh, a Kitsune.
Fret
Matt
nods.
Kitsune.
Fret tilts his head a little.
Oh, several varieties, subspecies, blah, 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 blah.
Fret shrugs.
Fantastic. And I think I got you. All right, next individual, please.
Fret will gesture at the rest of the group as a whole.
Actually, since we're timeless, so that means we have a lot of wasted time we can give up, doesn't it?
Yes, it means that the time that you would have had in your natural lifespan, we can just take without having to worry about it. Makes the math a lot easier. Because you'll
Fret-
never use it.
Fret has a muchly confused look.
I'll explain in a moment. Let me get through all of you. You with the goggles.
Dr. Volt will approach.
All right. Gerhard Volt. Earth. Earth. Special note. German. German? Oh, this is a single species planet. I see. Okay. It's so interesting when you get single species planets. They diversify themselves into all these subcultures really quickly. Is that right? Earth? German?
Dr. Volt is
Probably
going
looks
to
in
be
pain.
content to go with that. Dr. Volt is kind of feeling like being a right now.
You're cutting out.
Cut out there for
Yeah.
You're cutting in and out.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Am I good now?
You're a little
Uh,
better. You're still kind of breaky. Robot-y.
What the hell?
That was clear.
Of course, it's always the
Doc-
exasperation that comes through clear.
yeah, Dr. Volt is kind of feeling like being a gremlin right now, so he's inclined to go along with that.
All right, and who's next?
Shoal points at Lost.
He is also, by the way, Dr. Volt is both simultaneously pleased and a little bit annoyed that he does not, in fact, constitute a, quote, problem.
Something. I looked at the Akashic record, gosh dang it.
You looked at the caustic record for your universe. You've also never destroyed a universe or, are an interdimensionally wanted criminal, so you're fine.
Yeah, he's able to accept that. He just... By most definitions, I count as a problem.
I mean, so does Shoal.
Yes, this
I
is
can just-
true.
There are
I can
levels
just
to
imagine, like, Volt after this just sulking in a corner for a little bit.
That's why they asked. It's like when he verified what type of problem they're talking about, is Shoal was like, "Oh, okay, that's not the type of problem I am. I'm still a problem, just not that big of a problem by comparison."
So last you were pointed at.
Yes. Last is going to step forward.
Check your DMs really quickly. I need quick information because I don't have it up in my notes apparently.
Hee.
And he will begin to tap, and he goes, all right, let's see. Oh, an energy species. Oh, that means you guys are around for a while. Gotta wait for information because I thought it was in my notes, but it's not right here.
We didn't live as long as you might think.
Let's see, Asfanos. And we have Hasfrad Avar Anlos. Is that correct?
He flinches at the absolute butchering of both pronunciations, but also he's not going to correct too hard. I go by Lost now, but that is my official name, yes.
I got you. You see, we access Akashic records, and sometimes with individuals like you, when you choose new names when you leave, it doesn't enter because you're not real. Complicated, timey-wimey bullshit. And he'll go back to typing, and he'll enter something in lost. Oh, there's an anagram of this. Hold on. No, not a dragon. No, you're not a devil. You're not whatever the heck that is. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, that's ugly. Okay, that'll do. There we go. All right, and last one here. Would you please step forward, little one?
Paint is backing away.
He is with you, right?
Paint. It's all right. This is no different than the registrations and things you had to go through back in Twilight.
He is sending along an image of first Dextral with the branches that didn't work, and then the whole ball of air incident, and then him turning to dust.
Paint. I don't think you constitute a big enough problem to get dusted.
Dr. Volt's right there. He didn't get dusted. Neither did Shoal. I think you're fine.
Shoal is literally going to point out, look, if they didn't get rid of me, you're fine. You're just a dog.
Yeah, Fred will scribble out, "Hey, I still exist."
Yeah, Lost is just gesturing to the rest of the group, like, come on.
By
Oh,
the
do you think there's
metric
a
of
problem?
us, Chucklefucks, you're hardly a problem.
Just to be clear, he's not an interdimensional criminal, right?
No.
Hasn't
He's just
destroyed a universe,
No.
devoured several gods,
No.
tried to pee on somebody. That's a
Um,
joke.
Probably several times.
That's a joke.
Literally the first thing he did.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That was a dog joke. Then he's fine. We don't deal with little things. Inner universe stuff doesn't bother us. It's the people that go around destroying entire universes that we kind of don't want here because, this is a universe.
Yes, but to a dog, those crimes are punishable by dusting.
Because he's a dog, he's not very smart.
But he is going to approach, looking very nervous, ears low, head low, tail
All right,
between his legs.
Let's see, we got paint from there because I don't remember what we named the replacement name because Arabane's from a very specific place and I have to rename it. I don't know if I ever renamed it.
Yeah, I don't think we actually came up with a name.
It's adjacent to a place that once belonged to a company, but now is probably contested, but belongs to a company that I don't like anymore. Excuse me. And he goes, all right, and done. All right, so we're running that now, so this should go rather quickly. Everybody roll D100s, please. Paint, roll 2.
First one was 66.
One of my
Second one was 57.
Got it. All right, and then let's start on the left. Taya, what did you get in your D100s?
33.
All right. Fret, what'd you get?
39.
Got it.
43.
43 from that, and then Key.
79.
I like how we had 3 low rolls in a row. Then.
Yep.
Hey, you said you got 79? That's me and Tyga's roll put together. I believe. Unless my math was Yeah, it was a little. But like.
All right, and done. And then you hear the sound of a credit card machine spitting out cards. He hands one to each of you. And he goes, it looks like when we averaged everything out, because we do that for groups, you guys came out to 90 years and 2 months each. Looks like there's some divine influence here. You're not, any of you, close to... Well, it doesn't matter if you're close to divine beings.
Why would that be an issue?
Divine beings very commonly give years to their constituents unintentionally. Weird timey-wimey god bullshit.
It would probably be unintentional on our part, timeless as we are.
That was just interesting, because that's a way higher number than I expected from your group based on your ages, but somebody likes you. What is this about a devil on my screen suddenly? Whispers?
Eyes turn to fret.
Oh, bloody hell, this is a bug. Delete, delete, delete. Oh, goodness, there's all sorts of stupid divine beings being involved in everything and making my machine not work right. Fine, fine. I don't know who you are. Delete. Don't know who you are. Delete. -0. Delete. So much influence. You timeless always get into so much trouble. All right. Any questions I can facilitate for you?
Just think, this is less trouble than I could have gotten it.
Just to let you know, the pamphlet that I handed over there does include the icon for actual clowns, not the evil clowns that will totally turn you into a clown. If you're infected, please just do everybody a favor. You don't want clowns getting into your universe if they're not already there.
Clowns?
Yeah, clowns. Do you... Okay, that's good. That barely means they're not there. He taps at his thing. Let's see, you have something called ghouls on your universe, it looks like. A form of undead. Imagine that, but worse.
Wonderful. Clown zombies.
Yeah, they've taken over an entire districts before. They spread through universes like wildfire sometimes. Very popular to shoot them, though.
So... Wait, leans over to look at the pamphlet. Why are there clans that are not okay to be killing?
Because they're just people that dress up as clowns to be funny. Supposedly, it's some ancient ritual that started at the dawn of some universe to ward off the clowns, and apparently by doing it, making them funny. I don't know. I don't understand it myself. I just work here.
Brett looks so confused.
Now, just to let you know, if you ever lose one of those cards, it costs a year to replace it. And passes. Since you guys do not have stop near you, it looks like from my records, 1 month is the cost for a pass. Only one of you technically needs it. But as first-time members, we will give you 3 passes per month spent. If you guys establish some form of bus stop in your local region, your whatever realm you all live in, those passes cost only 1 week because it's a lot easier for our individuals to travel. You know, between the realms then. But that's between your patron, whatever being, and probably some contract with the Green Flame. He would probably handle that one directly.
Actually, that's a question I'm quite curious about. Who is this god of Green Flame?
What is your word for the individual that holds the domain from your world? Or do you want me to just look it up?
Oh, no, there's apparently a lot of words for this. I guess the closest word is king?
Well, he is more or less the king. He is a god from his original realm that became so powerful that he became an omni-god, and then kind of got tired of being a god according to his own records, and decided to separate out his own little reality, run this instead. There are no guards. He handles everything directly. He's gained a lot of power over the years.
Okay, so I'm going to first roll a knowledge plans to back up what I'm about to say potentially.
Okay.
Or rather, right, but yeah. Okay, so that's knowledge plans of 21. Yeah. So Fred will scribble out. Would Primarch be a fitting word?
I gotta actually define that term because I'm not familiar with it. Hold on. I guess in a way. Sauvignier, Overgod, whatever word you want to use. He's in charge of this place. This is his domain.
Fred nods.
I'm assuming you have something similar in your realm. After all, usually you all have to anchor yourselves to something to continue to exist after He motions at you guys.
Fret nuts.
But yes, if you'd like to buy passes, you can buy them here. Yes, 90 years and 2 months.
Fret will scribble out. What's the exchange rate for goods?
It depends on where you sell them. If you have any particular currency from your realm that's interesting, we can sometimes do some live transfers here. Elsewise, it depends on what they give you in the market.
Fret will pull out a scale for him to inspect.
He'll take it and he'll pull out one of those retro like computer scanners from like a supermarket and beep it. He goes, experience, interesting. Well, we can't convert back to this easily. We'd have to do something a little bit more holistic. So there'd be some sort of amalgamation, and you'd have to get it converted back in your home world. But wow, it's having trouble with the math today. It does that thing where he taps the screen thing. Like that's going to help at all.
Ah.
It looks like a month per.
Fret
No, a
nuts.
week. There it goes. Okay. It was having trouble estimate because experience is subjective, I guess.
Just for curiosity's sake, considering that he apparently still has some of these,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Volt will pull out the 85 teeth that he has.
She looks at them, goes, "Those are teeth, sir."
Indeed, and they came from a world where they were used as a currency.
Oh, unfortunately, I don't think I can convert those. Those would be better off as a sold commodity.
Okay,
Fret will
it
pull
was
out
worth a shot.
Fret will pull out 72 teeth and offer them to Volt.
Okay, well, at least now we're condensing the teeth, at least.
Out of character question. We were
Mhm.
told that as newly registered, we will receive 3 passes per month spent.
Yes.
Did they mean per month we spend today in general, or that we spend now to get passes?
Now to get passes. This is one of those, you
Okay.
just signed up. Give us things.
Okay. Because that means that each of us is capable of getting 6 passes. And we will have 90 years left over.
Gotta
Only
love that
one-
OCD.
Only one of us needs to get the passes. But also, if all of us have passes, it won't matter.
I'm fine with that, personally.
Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
Yeah, let's go with that.
You good with that, Paint?
Yes.
All right, so each of you are able to give up the 2 months and get 6 passes each. This does appear as a number on the back of your hand that disappears from view, and the guy behind the counter, not a she, goes, "Just as a heads up, you can make those numbers disappear if you would like, so that way other people don't see them. You can invite others here. If you invite a problem, we might hold you liable, so don't invite an interdimensional criminal here, please."
I have an important question here. Have you recently been watching any movies that have starred, like, Justin Timberlake or anything?
No.
What?
Because
I'm waiting
he
for
was
it.
in a movie. This
Oh,
isn't leading to a joke.
Yeah.
He was in a movie in which time was literally money, and your remaining time was displayed on a number on the back of your hand.
Wasn't that an anime too? I don't know. I got this idea from another GM of mine that I was given permission to use this concept.
Huh.
Ted did this.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't going somewhere with this other than to where
I-
was to be go with.
I've seen like shorts of that. I've never seen the actual movie, but I've seen like random in passing stuff about that. Yeah.
I know there's a thing
I
called
am
Infinity
convinced-
Train, but
I am convinced that someone at that studio just said, "Yeah, you know what they say, time is money." And someone was like, "Time is money. I can work with that."
Oh, this is a creation of Ted's. He ran this in a game that I played like 3 years ago. And I was like, "Can I borrow this from my setting?" And he's like, "Yep." I was like, "Cool."
Nice.
Okay. My head's not all with me today, so basically all of our lifespans were taken, averaged out, and we each have 90 years now?
90 years after you guys buy the passes for 2 months, yes.
Okay.
On a little credit card.
Paint pushes
Lost
his
it.
to last.
Oh. Lost was going to tuck Paint's credit card in his neckerchief for safekeeping.
Paint has no use for plastic thing.
Oh.
He can't eat
Aw.
it.
That
Munches
means you're not
another
trying
scale.
hard enough.
Well, I suppose I'll hang on to yours so it's safe. But if you find something you want, let me know.
So the question is now that the doors are open, do you have any last minute questions for the attendant?
Brett will scribble out. Okay, so we've got exchange rates in one direction. How about in the other? What is the general rule as far as value?
You mean across... We're in an area of multiple realities. What a gold piece is for you is not what a gold piece is for others. Typically speaking, usually a month is around... need taps away. Normally... how do I do this? Let's see. Can't pull up information there. He points at Paint. That one. No, that one. Oh, that's bad conversion rate. You can get a +1 sword for how much? No. Terrible. Then he points at Fret. You. Gold piece is worth roughly a month on your world.
Fred nods.
But multiple realities, yada yada blah. So, any other questions?
Yes. Do all the merchants in the bazaar only deal in time?
Yes. That is a universal currency. Some of them will buy things for time, or you can use your time to buy things.
Okay. He just sort of rummages around and pulls out the bag of gems. Would it be best if I converted these?
You would have to sell those in market, honey.
Okay, I see.
By the way, yes, you can open a shop if you'd like. The pamphlets are over there. The applications are over there. All the rules are in there about what you can and cannot do, if you're curious. Any other questions?
I mean, Shoal doesn't have any, and worst case, if he does, he can always come back.
Yeah,
All right.
Fred shrugs.
In which case, this is a pamphlet for setting up a bus station in case your urges use a stop, if you ever would like one. This is how you guys would have to go about it. Otherwise, you all have a wonderful evening and enjoy the Bazaar. Don't cause us trouble.
Shoal didn't have any plans to cause trouble until he got back home.
Don't cause us trouble. We will make sure you don't feel so good.
That second part was implied.
Else you get a paddling.
Comfortable as when I'm at least 6 feet under.
Jimin
Oh.
underscore has purchased 25 tabletop cards packs.
Demon, thank you so much for that purchase. Thanks for supporting the channel, Demon.
Oh, 25 packs, dang.
Yeah.
Demon's gearing up for next Friday.
Now, before we get into the bazaar and you guys all start going shopping, I'm going to stand up, get another drink, and I encourage everybody to stand up as well, because I am out of liquid refreshments.
That would require both of my legs to not be asleep.
I'll be right back. You can openly roleplay that.
Well,
What do you mean both of your
I-
legs? Don't you have 4 legs?
Exactly.
So 2 of them are just fine.
Yeah, but I can't walk like that.
Sounds like a skill issue. My cat managed to.
I will bite all of your legs off.
tell that to Nova. How many feet does Nova has now?
Nova's still at 4. For now. I was very heavily considering having one get blasted off.
No, you mistake me. Very early on, there was the joke about the 7-feeted Eevee.
Oh, that.
How many feet does the Eevee have now?
If he starts turning into a 7-footed mutant, Narashi's just going to put everyone out of their misery. This is not Fallout. She is not willing to put up with those shenanigans.
I'm just gonna look over at the mushroom cloud in the distance that's still going
That
up.
doesn't mean it's Fallout.
So,
There's
I
not
have,
enough communism.
I have put together Fret's wondrous item wish list.
I don't even have a wondrous item wish list.
I can't even figure
don't-
out what feat I'm getting for the level up thing, let alone what to buy.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I
so-
forgot to help you with that.
So I have inside room posted my wish list.
Well, you know what, Var? You could help me decide on items too then. Now that you're
Okay.
done.
This
I don't
is
know
the
what I
robot
want.
thing.
What
It's
was
very hard
that?
to understanding.
Was that
Is
Tyga?
this not a robot thing?
You are exceedingly deep now, suddenly.
Okay, what about this one? Is this one the robot?
No,
That is
now you are
higher
speaking.
What is that voice? You sounded like a
Okay,
small
okay,
child.
okay. You're using voice mod?
Yeah, it's
Okay, go back to normal. We can't understand you with that one.
I've got a mixer and it's got a thing. Is this the robot?
no, that's
No, and please don't use those voice modulators. They drive you up a wall.
Okay, I swear this thing had a robot voice. I just wanted to say death is a preferable alternative to communism.
Oh god.
Oh, I thought you were looking for what was causing your audio issues.
No, I
No,
know
I
exactly
was
what
trying
you're
to
looking
find
for.
my robot voice because we got Fallout and communism brought up, and I wanted to go Liberty Prime.
I was about to say, darn it, Liberty Prime, how could you fail us?
Well, Liberty Prime has failed. Really quick question, Zim. What category are assault rifles in your game? For weapon size? I might be taking the feet. We'll discuss it later.
Yeah, I need to figure that out.
All right. In the meantime, are you guys going to try and stay together, or are you going to split off?
Splitting off.
Let me rephrase that. Are you guys going to try and stay together, or are you going to split off from each other?
I mean, Shoal and Fret are probably more than fine going off on their own and doing stuff because that's kind of their job, but the rest of you will probably be forever lost.
So, I figure sticking together would probably be
Cool.
a good
Then
idea.
what I need is a will save from everybody.
Okay.
Aww.
I will note that before they leave, Lost is going to, just in case, grab the pamphlets for like setting up a shop because
Mhm.
that might be required.
Nice.
I mean, Dr. Volt will definitely be taking pamphlets for setting up a shop.
That is a 22.
19. Whew.
13.
Okay.
I rolled a 20 on the dice.
Okay. And last but not least.
As I attempt to keep up with notes as fast as I can.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. There was a lot, and I hope I do it justice.
I'm hoping I'm doing it justice. As I said, I got this from another GM.
Oh boy. That's a 15.
The good news is that you guys are going to go ahead and stick together. The question is where do you all want to try and go first together? Or do you guys want to just roll d20s and I tell you where you end up?
Well, Paint would be sticking with last. Especially considering last has the card.
Well, Fred, having seen a thing on the way here, and kind of wanting to give a, get a present for a friend of his, is intending on going back there.
Here's going to the Evil Soul Shop.
Uh-huh.
Ah, the Devil's Playground. So you guys go back, and by the way, Shoal, you hear that fried fairies. The moment you guys end up in front of that shop again.
Getting some fried fairies.
And Shoal immediately diverses.
Paint
Well, to
is
be fair, it's
looking
like what?
sad.
It's like what? Across the street.
Yep.
Paint
So,
looks
Shoal.
sad.
Your options, as the man says, and he looks like a wider set, gruff human, like if a human was a dwarf, but elf.
Yeah.
And he looks down at you and he goes, fairies, 1 for 1 week, 3 for 2 weeks. We have lemon, blueberry, strawberry, blurpleberry, and goodberry.
Blorpleberry. I know where that's from. Strawberry.
And how many would you like?
3.
He'll go ahead, turn around, fry them right there, and hand them over. And then he'll hold out a card reader. Please swipe.
Plot
Shoal-
twist, those are not the flavors, those are the name of the fairies.
Correct.
Sorry, he's not a
Strawberry.
mala flavored right now. They're very
Yeah.
popular here.
Yep. Shoal will have to check back later to get some mala flavor. Anyway, Shoal is gonna like very carefully try and like swipe his card.
You swipe your
Gonna-
card and you can deduct 2 weeks from your total.
Huzzah.
Okay, so we all have 90 years, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Your
This is.
math.
Hang on. It's here. So for us, 24 hours is a day, 7 days is a week, 5 weeks is a month, there's 12 months to a year. So you just took out 2 weeks, so you have 89 years, 11 months, and 3 weeks.
Cool. Good to know Key is going to do all of the math for us. Woohoo!
89
Please no, I have
years,
notes.
11 months. And you said 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Thank you.
After the
And-
first conversion, it'll get easier.
Yeah.
And you will be handed 3 fried fairies.
Kimmin, that's probably what Mala's flavor is wander meal.
Ouch.
Damn.
When you go to bite into the first one, holy goodness, this is the sugariest thing you've ever eaten in your life. Being fried, it makes it worse. And then the very end, you get the slightest hint of strawberry.
It's like a funnel cake with tiny bones.
Crunch, 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 crunch. Anyway, one is going to get offered to Fred.
Fret will take it, blink down at it.
It's awkwardly shaped. Like you can see like butterfly style wings.
And I suppose, Fret will eat it.
As I
The
described.
knockoff, the
very
knockoff version is I can't believe it's not butterfly.
Please don't kill me. I need
Okay,
to be
I know
known
what
to
feat I
get
want,
men.
Era.
What's that?
I know what feat I want.
He wants punishment.
What you want? Punishments?
Yes.
But Dr. Volt would die in a session.
Your
Yes.
point?
Dr. Volt would have to get a voltaic curing device just to heal himself after puns.
Just give him some almond water.
See, it's weird. All the mala flavored fairies disappeared out of all the universes for some reason. It's like they're all lined up for a certain other certain other universe for some reason. To be put in a jar.
They're on an assembly line. They're tied to the assembly line and only let go when it's time to go into a jar.
Alright, so about these evil souls.
Yep, are you gonna go in?
Of course.
Behind the counter is an obvious devil-blooded creature. I don't think Tiefling is owned by Wizards of the Coast. As
Considering
he-
I played a tiefling in our last Pathfinder campaign, you are correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So we got an obvious tiefling behind the counter. Along the walls, you see various mints. They look like coins that have an interesting luster to them. Some of them are in special containers with special pricing, almost like collector's editions of coins and stuff. You also see the discount rack where the sign is hung up, where you can get 2 souls for the month instead of just 1.
Soul coins.
Yep.
Varien and I
Well,
have played Baldur's Gate.
I'm sorry. I'm just here thinking, how much do you have to be fucked? How much do you have to have fucked up in order to have your soul be the fucking manager's special souls?
Yeah, that's messed up.
Well, you got to remember, there are like universe destroyers out there. They're probably worth more.
Yeah. So, yeah, Fret will walk up and scribble out on his chalkboard. So tell me about your wares.
The tiefling's gonna lean down and look you over and be like, "Oh, interesting. Well, here we sell various souls, imprinted in, of course, collector's edition coins. Some of them very vile, some of them common thieves." He motions over to the discount bin. When I say common, I mean they've done enough bad to the point where, no gods will take them. They get picked out. It's difficult to do, but every man that thinks they're edgy, you know the drill.
Fret,
Why, are you looking for a present for your patron there?
Fret nods enthusiastically.
Well, how much are you looking to impress? Because we do have this one over here. He motions to a coin in a nice fancy case. This one here was a god that decided to try and devour his entire world and got his ass kicked by a 3-year-old mortal.
Oof. That's pretty embarrassing.
Fret's eyes light up.
It's a 50-year investment. Very rare. I'm only able to sell it at this price because the devil that decided to sell it to me was not in good standings, to say the least. Shouldn't ever make deals with Faye. His lost my
That's what
game.
I keep telling people.
There
You're
they
not
are.
over here, Paint. Be quiet.
Paint could have
Well,
gone
you're
in.
not over there either. You're over at the or wait.
I walked
no.
back over to you and gave you a fairy.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You dingus.
I'm sorry. Yeah, brain fart. Anyways, Fret will scribble out. Unfortunately, that's a bit steep of a price. What else do you have?
Well, it really depends on how much you want to impress them. This one's a special item. Are you looking for something unique? Are you looking for something a little bit more common? Does your patron have a certain flavor? You know how patrons are sometimes. They like, the deep and dastardly serial killer kind. Some like to torture, well, everybody.
Fret has a contemplative look, and we'll scribble out 2 words. The irredeemable.
Oh, that's going to be definitely out of your price range. Irredeemable are special and highly coveted. Usually bring the most power. I think the cheapest one I have, and I only have 3, is 1,000 years.
Fret kind of staggers back a little.
Yeah, that's fair.
But does scribble out tentatively. Noted for the future, perhaps. That is interesting.
For the time being, what is your budget?
Fret will.
So are we sharing the 90 between us, or do we all have 90?
We
all have
90
90
each.
Okay. Shoal
Sorry,
is
Paint brought down the average.
Paint didn't?
I mean, Paint's a dog. Shoal didn't expect anything else.
Oh. But no, you
Dog
probably
and
brought
Faye.
up the average, actually.
I think Shoal probably had the shortest lifespan.
And the least random nonsense influence.
No, he had
Actually, wait.
influence.
Yeah, because Aravane and also.
A cleric of a god.
Yep.
The only person here that doesn't have a direct tie-in with some sort of divine being or divine adjacent being is Dr. Volt.
He just has a tie-in with a divine artifact, basically.
Yep.
That apparently every every bank teller here, or whatever you would call them, has access to.
Wait, what does
How
Paint
does
have?
that feel?
Yeah,
Akashic records. That's how they got our names and information.
Yeah.
the bank teller guy literally said, "Oh yeah, we just look at the Akashic record for whatever world it is and get the info from there."
And Dr. Volt obliterated himself trying to access that.
He obliterated himself by trying to take it all in. Zim,
Yeah.
in short, the Akashic record is a thing that exists in Pathfinder and in all universes
no.
in Pathfinder. Go ahead.
I was asking what connection Paint has.
Erebane and your Feyblood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just because your species generally lives a certain way doesn't mean that you don't have Fey connections.
Fair enough.
But yeah, Fret will scribble out. Well, for this first foray into the bazaar, I'm thinking maybe 10 years or so.
10 years. He's going to point to a section that has, when shops like put things in those little plastic boxes like dice and stuff. He points at that area where there's a bunch of those and he goes, over there you'll find most of those. The more interesting ones are in the back. There is one man there that tried to punch a god by breaking in his world. Not really irredeemable himself. It's just the way that he did it is he made 12 contracts with 12 different devils and it ended up in devil court. And he told the devil judge to go piss himself.
Fret will scribble out in italics. Perfect.
He's in the back. You can tell because he's got the red sticker on his top.
And Fret will go look for that one.
It takes you a few minutes to find it, but you're pretty sure it's the right one. It's labeled the piss yourself man.
But he's not
Fret.
evil, right? He's just an idiot.
Well, technically, he made several contracts, and
Oh yeah, that does change your alignment, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, but it causes your soul to be owned by whomever.
it also ended up in Devil Court, which is not
Yeah.
a good place to be.
Well, I'm sure Whispers will be entirely amused by this.
Yeah, so how much is the total for that
10
one?
years.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, yeah, Fret will pull out his card.
Yep, he'll offer over a card reader, and you swipe it, and you lose 10 years.
Yep.
It sounds like this guy tried to scam devils. That does change your alignment.
Mm-hmm.
To go punch a god.
Yeah,
For some reason.
that sure changes your alignment to chaotic, all right.
Dang.
And then
I can think of a goddess who would have totally, welcomed this guy into her afterlife.
Yep.
Yeah, too bad he ended up in Hell Court.
Yeah.
But you have that now.
Okay. Well, that satisfies Fret for now as far as that.
Perfect. So I'm assuming nobody really has other places to go other than Fret, because Fret always over-prepares by knowing every item in existence in Pathfinder.
To be fair, one of the reasons why I was asking what the conversion rate was so I could at least more accurately look up some things. So Dr. Volt is going to at least want to find a magic item shop.
Did you
Fret-
guys want to do that next, or did you guys want to go into the random 20s where I start spamming places at you?
Ooh. I don't know. I think that finding a magic item shop would be a nice thing, though.
Yep.
Because, yeah, I
All
know
right,
that.
magic item shop is next.
I'm trying to find the.
Who wants to lead the way and roll the navigation? I'm going to tell you out of character it's roughly a month per gold piece, but it can vary greatly.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
then-
find the. Trying to find the gold amount for a specific item, but Google does not want to
Wait.
cooperate.
Roughly a month per gold piece, but scales are roughly one per week, and they're also a gold piece.
Yep.
Yep, different conversion.
So we are definitely much better if we can buying whatever the hell we want to buy in Twilight.
Possibly. This place, once again, has everything.
Let's see if we can.
Let's put it this way, Volt. If you want something technology-based, it's probably here.
True.
Also, you got gems to sell.
Dude.
Also that, yes. So we've established that the gems might be a little bit less standard.
And, yeah, I figure that with that conversion rate, literally nothing on my wish list is something that I can actually afford. So.
Same.
Oh, well.
I don't even have a wish list.
Y'all are missing the point, but okay.
Nah, it's...
I don't even
But
know
no,
what I
if
can
you
use.
can't afford it, you can't afford it.
If you can't afford it, that means we just have to sell something.
True.
If you can't afford it, you might have gone to the wrong shop.
Also,
Yes, there is a tip goal, Mala. We are at 10 out of 50 on my channel. But I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that is who that tip goal is for.
Volt wants to go to a magic item shop. Who's leading the way?
I guess Fret will if.
Roll that navigation.
Right. Okay. That is going to be a 24.
You come up to a shop after going through the blur of the city streets, and you guys walk up to a wondrous shop, literally named Wondrous Shop. You can tell because of the quintessential pointy hat, the star on it. Well, this looks like a magic shop, not really wizardy, but
Oh, Dr. Volt just had an idea. So, Era, you said that we might not be looking at in the right places, and you're right with that. But Dr. Volt also just had another idea with that.
oh,
If a scale is the equivalent of 1 gold piece in Twilight,
yeah.
and a scale is only a week out here, and that means that 1 scale in Twilight can be converted easily into 5 weeks by someone who can make stuff.
Huh?
I'm not going to try and figure that out now. I'm in brain
Dr. Volt is effectively just like, I can use conversion rate shenanigans and the fact that I am a crafter in order to make bank.
Yeah, even at a 50%, you're still going to be net positive.
So there's a magic shop in front of you.
I was gonna say, let's focus on the Bazaar now. We're not back in Twilight.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see what you're trying to break. Put a pin in that, and don't make me take this away.
Breaking stuff.
Magic shop. In we go.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes, this is a magic shop. You can tell because it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. You see a man wearing a pointy hat on the back, the way back, sitting behind a desk with his feet up.
What color is this magic shop?
Yes.
Is it blue? Is it box-like?
No. We're not going there.
You were the one who said bigger on the inside.
We're not touching that.
He has a pointy hat. Can't be that.
He has a pointy hat.
Yeah, it's not a fez.
And I'm
Anyway,
assuming you guys browse.
Yeah,
It's-
Blessed Book, Harp of Shattering, Scabbard of Keen Edges, Headband of Ninjutsu, Shirt of Immolation, Cloak of Fiery Vanishing, Seducer's Bane, Bracers, and Boots of Striding and Springing.
To start by going around the table. We'll get to you. Dear gods. Dr. Volk, roll
I knew that was-
perception.
If it weren't for the fact that my perception is actually pretty good, that would probably be a can't see shit, Captain. That's an 18.
You're walking around, and you run across something called The Technically Better, a Guide to Magical Enchantment.
And now I see where the tip goal happened.
Ah.
This book is currently on sale. They have 12 copies on the shelf. Only 5 years.
What's the title again? Technically better what?
Hold on. A Guide to Magical Enchantments. Do you want to roll your knowledge everything to try and hope that you can figure this out?
Sure. In fact, Dr. Volt, being Dr. Volt, being as proud of himself as he is going to also use his nanite surge while doing this, just so he can scoff at how rudimentary what he sees within that book is. He's also going to burn a reroll.
Good idea. I didn't have to do these things.
35.
Check your DMs. Hey, Shoal.
Yeah.
Are you looking for anything in particular right now, or are you just kind of browsing?
I'm not looking for a specific item, no. So, browsing.
Do me a favor and roll percentiles.
Oh boy. Uh, 84?
You find a particular section that seems to have interesting blue-colored things along the walls. And then you pause for a moment because you find something that is blue and spherical and has a label of Heart of the Sea.
Obviously, I'm going to get a closer look at that.
It looks like there's an ocean in there.
But why is there an ocean in there?
Good question.
Does it have a price tag?
Yes, it is 50 years. But it has a mark on it that looks like, well, it's been covered in dust for a while.
Basically, nobody's
Era?
bought it.
Yes?
I'm going to respond in your chat with Dr. Volt's response.
Yeah.
Why are y'all forcing me to look at the chat?
It's his emote.
It's the smiles in German.
But I'm not good at haggling.
While you consider
Here's
this,
him's chat.
hey, Paint.
Yes.
Do me a favor and roll perception. Or, excuse me, percentiles.
64?
You're not really shopping for anything because you don't quite understand the whole plastic situation at all, I'm assuming, for the most part.
That, and he's got no idea what to even look for, so just kind of sniffing around. Rather bored.
You see a pinboard, and up on it there's a flyer that catches your attention. The Good Boys Club.
He hangs his head in shame.
Last,
Stop
you want to
me.
roll perception.
This is Depresso
Yeah.
Espresso. You're lucky Shoal is not there to see it. He is distracted.
Shoal would probably cram it in your face.
Shoal would probably, if Shoal had a stapler, he would staple it to his...
Man, Last did so much damage to this poor dog.
I mean, it's not just Last, it's everything he's been trying has been failing.
What he
So-
perceives as failures. There's a difference. Go ahead.
That's a 6. Does anxiety trigger?
Yes. Paint looks sad. But why?
That's 20!
That's a 30.
You look up at the board, and you're going to have to roll percentiles too, and you see the flyer for something called the Good Boys Club.
Oh. Maybe we should go. That's 76.
Hey. There's an old flyer up here. A really old flyer. It's faded, but there's Savnos lettering on it.
What are you? Yes, he's going to take the Good Boys Club flyer, by the way. He doesn't care how Pain is feeling. He's going to go there for Pain. But also to reveal this older flyer.
It's so faded that a lot of the text is gone. You see the letter G. You see what looks like an old ass rifle. You think you see the word mechanic.
I don't think there's a word for how excited or how fast enough he takes that flyer.
As in, do me a favor for funsies and roll strength check.
Oh no, is it like crusted?
I want to see if the board comes with.
Oh.
No, you're fine. No board, no funny.
Nah, that's so sad, because I have a +4 to strength.
No property damage that you have to pay a couple weeks or something to repair.
All right, Fred.
Okay.
All right, Fred. Roll me a single percentile, please.
Okay. $79.
You will find out of this list the boots of striding and sprinting. You will find the headband of the ninjutsu, scabbard of key edges, the book of the blessed, and the harp of shattering. Will all be here. The other ones are not.
Okay.
Now do me a favor. Roll percentile.
Oh boy. $33.
Give me a moment. The equivalent cost is going to be 66% of the listed price here.
Wow. That's still I literally can't afford any of it though. It's
Currently.
oh well. But for future reference, this is cool. If this persists.
Please write it down.
Okay.
Goal this month.
So, Dr. Volt, I'm assuming you're going to go up and just buy that book, correct?
Dr. Volt is also going to inquire about to the commonality of this book.
The man shrugs and goes, it depends on the universe. The problem is that technical expertise comes from, only certain planets that make it a certain far. So it's not necessarily the commonality. It's the amount of people that can actually put it to use. 100 copies of a book when only 3 people can read it are, leaves 97 copies that can't ever be used. Shrug.
That answer satisfies Dr. Volt, and he will purchase the copy without any kind of haggling.
Yep, he'll offer a card reader, you'll swipe it, and you lose the 10 years.
Oh, 10 years? I thought you said it was 5. Okay, well...
Oh, was it 5? I might have misspoken here. I closed my notes already for that section. If it was 5, it was 5.
Okay, I mean, if I am also always entirely willing to accept that I could have been very wrong.
It's recorded and somebody would correct me. So, Shoal.
Yep. Yes.
You have the orb in your hand. The heart of the sea.
Man, I don't know. I want this, but I don't know what it does. I guess I can roll a spellcraft.
You can attempt to, or you can bring it to many people.
Well, Shoal's gonna at first try to see if he can figure it out himself, and if he can't, then he's gonna ask other people. That's a 10.
Nope.
Shoal's got no idea. It is just a sea and a ball, though, right? As far as I can tell.
Yep.
Is it an empty sea?
As far as you can tell currently, it's kind of hard to see. I mean, it's basically an orb with water in it.
Well, Shoal's gonna like bring this up to the dude and be like, "What is this?"
Oh, that's a heart of a sea. Really hard to do, but nobody really buys them. That's a whole sea in there. You put it somewhere and a sea appears. You can
Oh no.
basically just kind of shove it into a ball if you know what you're doing and you're a god. I had some god just getting rid of it because apparently this sea, like at one point in time, gave birth to his greatest enemy, so he got rid of it to get rid of his greatest enemy. He's not in there though. He taps the ball, which is sad because when gods get trapped in these things, it's actually worth a whole lot. But nope, this is a sea. It's a sea. Just drop it somewhere and there's a sea.
Shoal is tempted.
Well, goodbye, Twilight.
So, I hear that we're getting a new district.
Or the
Shoal-
Wars is about to have a sea in the middle of it.
Shoal might just go to Era and be like, "Hey, can we add a district, please?"
Look, I brought the requisite.
So Shoal is just gonna be like, "Well, I mean, it has been there a while, so how about a small discount?" Considering how dusty it was.
He looks at it and then looks at you, then squints. How much you thinking?
45 years.
Want to roll your persuasion?
What? Do I even have persuasion? I don't have persuasion. Not a skill.
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy, sorry.
You don't want me to roll that.
Ah, the scar strikes again.
I don't have charisma checks. That's why.
Neither do I. That's why I took a trait that lets me go at take a skill with a different modifier.
I didn't even know that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for me.
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, please, dice. No.
He shakes his head and he goes, "I'm sorry, I'm already kind of taking a loss. The whole sea is actually really valuable. It's just been here a while."
Whatever you think I rolled, it's lower than that, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing this by yourself, so...
I mean, yeah. Dang it. I want it, though. Dang it. Do I want to spend over half of my currency? Question.
Hang on. I have to do it. I need to see if Lost is going to... Nope, he is not.
Nope, you're distracted by a flyer with your writing on it.
Mm-hmm.
You're in there.
You see, just so everyone's clear, for the record, the reason Dr. Volt wanted to know how rare that book was because if, there's... he got told, yeah, these are all 12 of them in existence. Dr. Volt was just going to slowly go back to the shelf and grab the other 11.
Nobody but me.
Well, while Shoal mulls it over.
Yeah, move on without me. I'm trying to decide.
Hey, Fret.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite the currency on hand, unfortunately. But you do wander into a section while you're going back towards Shoal, and it says, "Visions in a bottle. 1 week.
Hmm.
Hmm?
So what exactly are these?
Visions in a bottle.
Okay. Well, Fred will uh take one to the front desk and scribble out, what are these?
Oh, you take when you have a vision.
Oh.
It's kind of like a drug. Do you want a sample?
Fret shrugs.
He'll pop the cork and pour out a little shot of it and then offer it over.
Fret will take the shot.
The mark of chaos. The mark of chaos. The mark of chaos. Those gloved hands. The mark of chaos. For a moment you see a place and then it ends.
Fret looks very distraught and will scribble out very scribbly even. Nope. 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 Nope.
Oh, bad vision? How
Fret
weird. They
nods.
normally tell you things that are coming. Sometimes people get weird ones, though. Or maybe this batch is bad. He sniffs it. He goes to put the cork on, and the cork doesn't go on. He looks very confused. And he goes to put the cork on, it pops out immediately.
Fret head tilts.
Then he puts the cork on again, and the glass shatters. The fluid hits the desk. Roll a reflex save.
All right.
I take it he hasn't had that one before.
Okay, so that is a 29.
29. And you don't have evasion, correct?
No, because ninjas don't get that. Or wait, hold on. Sorry, ninjas of my level don't get that.
It hits the counter, and the stuff splashes everywhere. And unfortunately, Shoal's in range. Dr. Volt, are you still standing there?
Probably, I guess.
You two need to roll reflexes as well.
God damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
someone's
20
too engrossed in his reading.
23.
23. So two of you are getting splashed. One of you is getting a full vision. All right. Who wants to start first? Not Volt. He's going last.
Go ahead, Frit.
Okay.
You get a little splash. Just a few drops. But it's not the same place as you was before. You recognize this room. It's there. It's waiting. Like, you know
What?
those photograph movies, the claymation ones, except badly put together, so there's bigger pauses between the still images, it zooms in. And then you're back to reality.
What room I don't understand what room you were talking about.
It. The voice stealer.
Oh.
The room where you met it.
Oh, the liminal space.
Yep. It's waiting for you. Hey, Shoal.
Yeah.
You see your god pressing its way through the god mirror. It's nose to nose with you.
Oh.
Just a snippet.
That's it?
That's it.
Fair enough.
Hey, Dr. Volt.
Yes.
You see barrels along the side of the room. You see a whiteboard with scribbles of... Oh, what is that called? It's not philosophy, it's physics. Written out, calculated, a handful of weapons along a table, the shell of one of those time bombs. It's cement in here. Very cold. And then it flashes and everything has chaos symbols all over, like an explosion went off in the corner, like maybe one of those old cameras. And then a figure walks up to the whiteboard and erases part of it and writes out, "See you soon, Dr. Volt. We hope you'll join us."
Well, that was most decidedly ominous.
Prophetic visions complete. The man is going to quickly try to clean up the juice, occasionally freezing as he has a vision. Going, sorry, that's never happened before. I don't know why that happened. I didn't know that could happen. Maybe I need to pull these. Oh goodness, I wonder if it's a bad batch. I wonder if these are lies. I hope I haven't been selling lies to people. If you don't report me and get me in a whole lot of trouble, I'll give you 100 years of store credit. Fair? The three of you? Fair?
Dr. Volt likes that idea.
Fair?
Fred shrugs. And then nods.
Oh god, that could get me in so much trouble if they're lying. He'll scribble out on these little vouchers and hand them over. Good for up to 100 years in one purchase. There you go. Thank you. Have a nice day. Boss! He turns around and runs to the back room. Boss! You're left in the empty shop. The items are still there, but no stealing. Go ahead and rob it.
No.
No. Remember, we don't want to be dusted.
Shoal's not that dumb. Also, Shoal does kind of stealing is very much looked down upon in his culture. Seeing another cat shark steal from merchants is kind of you get ganked for doing that.
So yeah, the unfortunately, even with 100 years store credit, that none of the items that they have that Fred wants is even close.
Wait. You have 180 years.
Yeah, that's
So that's over 2,000 gold worth.
Yes.
Everything Fred wanted is expensive.
Yeah, the cheapest thing he wanted was fuck.
Didn't you say they were 60% their price?
60.
Yeah,
because the dice item.
It even with the discount, the headband that he wants is still 990 years.
It's like you guys got a giant pile of resources I'm trying to make you burn or something. But,
Shoal
this place for later.
Shoal, okay. Shoal will come back and he probably used the coupon himself.
I mean, you could just buy it. The guy will come back, all in a panic.
Yeah, well, alright. I guess Shoal...
Or you could hold off for now, it's up to you.
Shoal will hold off for now, but he's going... I will be coming back to probably get this. Unless I find something else that appeals to Shoal more.
Hey, Fret. He's carrying an orb full of water.
Fret gives the big squint at Shoal. What?
Shoal just kind of has a what? What? Why are you staring?
What is that?
A smoothie?
You lost the opportunity to say a fried fairy.
No, that I love the reference though. Yeah.
That was the whole. And technically, an ocean is a smoothie.
No, the ocean is a soup.
That can also be a smoothie, though. These are not mutually
Wait,
exclusive.
so are smoothies soups?
Yes. You drink them. Duh.
I'm gonna let you all roleplay for a moment and coalesce.
Oh, good, I can start.
this conversation. Y'all, I'm done. Roleplay, you have things to discuss.
Oh, funny.
I mean, I'm not sure that Key and I could do much roleplay considering Key's got mystery with that, and the Good Boy Club, all we know is it just says Good Boy Club.
But in all seriousness, Fred, it's called a heart of an ocean.
Interesting.
I take it and I put it somewhere and I make an ocean.
That's dangerous.
Yes.
Buy it.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
But I don't know if I might find something else that's more useful though. And we have that store credit thingy.
Fret shrugs. And I can't really afford anything that I actually want here, so it's kind of just window shopping.
Okay.
And Fret will peer over at last paint with the note. And we'll scribble out, what's that?
Paint just looks
And
ashamed.
gesture at the note.
He's not looking
Alright.
around. And then again, I'm
Zolet,
not sure Key's looking, or Last is looking around.
Zolet, that would have to be a boss fight Shoal is soloing.
And thank you for the tip, Mala. Good night. 5:36. God damn it! Now I have to look at that.
Because I'm pretty sure Shoal is the only one that can actively survive in an ocean.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got the whole advantage of being outsiders.
Wait, no, you
so-
guys have the rings of water breathing or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Those
Okay,
were
no, yeah,
temporary. We had to give them back.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I didn't realize they were temporary. Sucks to be you guys.
Paint does have
Yeah.
the ability to put air bubbles around everybody, though.
Yeah.
Well, their heads.
Why are you tabbing away, Ido? We ain't done nothing yet.
Because of what Beerus just did in my tip goal.
Oh.
What did he do? 5:36.
He's being a little bastard.
Of course.
I'm gonna shake the jar when we get that back in Scar.
Agreed. But yes,
But-
Lassen's standing there staring at a flower.
Fret?
Just got asked what it was.
Oh, sorry, I stepped away.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I did not realize I was being asked what it was. Yeah, he yanked it off and was probably about to move. And at that point, Fret came up and he stops, skidding a bit on the floor. And may or may not, like, thump his tail into something, so he stops himself. Why am I imagining, like, the squeak of shoes on the wax gym floor?
Hold on.
Oh, swaps out flyer with Savnos writing with the Good Boys Club and shows it to Fret.
It looks like an advert for a club called the Good Boys Club. It's not very descriptive.
Is it like missing letters?
No, it just says the Good Boys Club and has a logo of a paw print. That's it.
Does it have a location?
Of course not. Do you think locations here matter? Just a name.
Maybe if we go here, it'll help Paint cheer up, as he just sort of motions his head towards Paint.
Fret will scribble out where.
You just have to focus on going there. Isn't that how this place works? It's like Twilight.
Fret has kind of a sudden realization and then nods.
That's probably why we gravitated towards that one shop at first instead of the main office. I bet you were thinking about a certain someone. And he sort of folds his arms, trying to further tuck away the old flyer.
Hey, Fred, roll a perception.
Can Shoal also roll a perception?
Are you done putting away the orb? Or are you still carrying it because you want it?
I'm putting it up. I put it up for.
Go ahead and roll.
Okay, perception of...
I believe that's a 20.
and mine is a...
Sorry, that's
23?
a 20.
23.
Yeah, also 20.
Can you roll a sleight of hand?
I rolled half as high as you and got the same number, Vari.
Yeah.
Paint already knows about the flyer that he ripped off, so I don't have to say anything to Paint.
Oh, you mean roll a dex check and fail because that's an 11?
Yeah, he's got a second flyer. He's trying to conceal it right now. It's very obvious.
Fred holds out his hand.
Shoal gives...
Wiggle waggle of hand it over.
Shoal is giving Last a look.
What? Just sort of actually shifty eyes back and forth.
The mechanical
Fred's
sound of
eyes
the eyes.
Last.
Just
Last. Last, what did we just talk about before we came here?
Out of character, I'm trying to remember.
Just ask if you want something.
Oh, right. Look, this probably would be a little boring for you and Fred, and also anachronistic for most of you.
Hey,
Fred
Paint,
gets
you
deadpan
sense the
look.
ability to be a good boy.
Sorry, repeat that?
You're getting the sense that you could be a good boy here. Your master or your stead wants something, but he's unwilling to go himself.
I never said he was unwilling to go. It's that he may have been planning to peel off from the group later.
No splitting the party. And Shoal is just going to kind of get that, to give him that, just how dare you assume that cat looks get, and just be like, I will be the one to decide if I will be bored there or not.
I mean, it would probably be more up Volt's alley than any of the rest of you.
Fred continues to give a deadpan look. Still
I'm
has
not-
his hand outstretched. Wiggles his fingers a little bit.
Lost is starting to sweat metaphorically.
Paint is going to grab the paper, the flyer.
Hey, wait, no!
He stops, ears drooping, flyer in his mouth.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
Alright, now I have to roll
appreciated.
will.
Kenku just
Self-imposed will
25
check.
months. Sub.
Yeah, no.
Genku, thank you so much for that tip and your 25 months of support. Or not tip, resub. That thing. Yes.
Would you roll, Key?
Oh, it was a total of 12. So, yeah, he sees the sheer sadness of Pate. It breaks his heart. Okay.
He's going to give the paper to Fred.
Fred will look at it.
Yep, it looks like it has some strange lettering on it that you haven't quite seen before, as well as what looks like a faded picture of possibly some sort of gun. It looks like a very old flyer that's been here for probably a little bit too long.
The Shoal's just gonna look at the letters, then look at last, and then look at the letters, and then look at last, and just go, I'm gonna assume you can read this, so I'm gonna assume this has something to do with your planet.
Maybe yes, maybe no. My people didn't exactly perfect travel between planes. But if some of them did manage to come here, maybe if they didn't come here, maybe somebody came to us. There could be something left.
Fred will
All the
scribble
better
out.
reason to go check it out.
Well, let's go.
Also, some of the words on there are of interest to me. He just sort of steeples his hands, like tapping his fingers against themselves.
Fred will eyebrow waggle.
You'll see what I mean. But no, we should totally go to the Good Boys Club first, because Payne is being a good boy, aren't you?
Payne shakes his head.
You swear you can hear the sound of shattering glass.
Fred will gently pat Paint on the head. And then give Paint a thumbs up.
Very well. I'm not sure if this place exactly has a name. So much of it is faded, but we could at least try.
Let me double check the Pathfinder character sheet really quickly, because I believe I can have somebody roll something here.
Oh?
I just need to read over the skill list again.
Ah.
Because I might be thinking of 3.5 again, and I'm like, Of course, I asked for a character sheet, and what it gives me is not a character sheet.
Of course.
What sort of skill are you thinking of?
Decipher script does not exist. However, linguistics does.
Yeah.
Does anybody in the party have linguistics?
Dr. Volt has linguistics.
I was immediately going to point at Dr. Volt.
Hey, Dr. Volt, do you want to roll a linguistics?
Sure, yes. This, of course I roll poorly.
Oh.
17.
Oh, poorly.
Of course I roll poorly. You're pretty sure that near the top, if you take some time and some ink, you can trace out something that looks like a logo?
Yes, I did roll poorly. I rolled a 3 on the dice. This is just a skill that Dr. Volt has had that has not come up yet.
It's wild that you've got such a good skill rating. That is, yeah. That's
You should have a bunch of languages then, because you get an additional language per point.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, per point?
Yes.
Yeah, per rank that you put in that skill, you get an additional language. So what's your bonus to that thing? You said you got a 17. You rolled a 3, 17, 16, 15, 14. So
I
you have
have
a
a-
plus 14?
Yeah.
You should have 14 languages plus your base language
Wait.
on that sheet. Plus
Seriously?
Twilight. Yes.
Not just per rank, per point, per
Yeah,
point.
per rank. But
Per rank. So I should get 5 languages.
You start off with an additional language per intelligence point that you have.
Yeah.
And
I should have
linguistics is
gained
an intelligent. So yes, each rank that you put in there, you should have gained an additional language.
Nice.
Okay, so all right.
But you can deal with that later. For now,
Yeah.
Okay.
you think you're able to trace something out.
Fret will scribble out a suggestion of a way to help. How about I help with a little bending?
Go ahead. I need you to roll
What's
me
the
a
water
percentile.
language?
Okay.
What's the water language?
Oh, Aquan?
Aquan?
Aquan.
Thank you.
There's also Shoal's specific language.
Briar.
Give me
Yeah,
2
Briar.
seconds while you guys are rolling stuff. I need to turn dinner.
Alright, 35.
Thank you, Ido, for the tip.
Did he fix it or make it worse?
It's acceptable now. It's $20.02 now. And Ido is saying dang it because he technically did it wrong. But Ido, it's balanced now. It's 2002. Just blame the moth. We'll make sure to shake the jar extra hard.
I'm gonna tie a rock to the jar and put it in a pond. Or a toilet. One of the
What did you get for percentiles, by the way, Fred?
35.
Okay.
Back.
Dr. Volt, the paper's a little too worn. The ink doesn't seem to pop back up from that mending. But I will give you a +1 to your roll. If you go ahead and roll linguistics again to try and trace out this logo.
Okay, well, considering that time the dice rolled on the higher end of the spectrum with that +1, that would be a 29.
Nice.
When he's done, you can read it. Just barely. It's missing a letter, but you're pretty sure it says Hullfast.
Dr. Volt will reveal this information.
Hold fast. I'm not familiar.
If Dr. Volt had rolled better, he'd get the other half, but he got the first part. You can always try it now.
Well, would you mind, Fred?
Yeah, Fret scribbles out. Of course, you have the closest connection, so it should be the easiest for you to find.
You say to the person who could get lost in his own shop.
Fret just kind of gives a non-committal hand wave to that. And then hands over the sheet of paper.
Hey, Key.
Yeah.
Roll a will save.
Uh-oh.
I know Key's brain. Or I know Last's brain.
Well, that's not too terrible. That's a 15.
Do you want to roll percentiles, or do you want to try for higher on the D20?
I'm going to roll percentiles. They've been kind to me.
Okay.
And I know that
Oh,
is
dear.
me...
Asking for trouble.
shooting myself in the foot.
Oh.
Except
Or
for
not.
getting a 98.
I saw that roll over go full. I saw that hit the 5 and then go to the 9. I'm just like, yes.
Same here.
Yeah. I saw them like, oh, and it's like, oh, the dice have decided.
Psych gives you a good roll.
Well, your mind begins to water, the normal fears start to creep in, and then you see the sign in your native language, and in the show window is a custom motorcycle that looks very much like it's made out of parts from your homeworld.
If it were not so firmly riveted to the rest of his mask, his jaw would have dropped to the floor.
On it, you can see some older style weapons, definitely not from your age, but from a while ago. You see the classic metal bars you see on weapon shops. You even see a sign that says XYZ Candy is here, which is weird because they stopped producing those like 200 years ago. There's been a ton of knockoffs, but
He's just sort of standing there, stunned. Staring at this motorcycle.
Shoal's gonna nudge him. Go in. Go. Do the thing.
What? Yes, of course. Hello? He's going to just sort of step in, looking around at everything kind of cautiously, because he's not sure who he should expect in here.
as the door swings open, a little bell jingles, and along the walls you see a lot of older era guns. Along another one, you see a handful of different snacks and candies that are probably expired. You see the motorcycle in the showroom, and you see a couple of individuals that seem to be currently cleaning up some oil as they work with mechanical parts, seeming to be trying to cobble things together. These individuals are Savnos, but they have physical flesh. It doesn't look like they made the complete energy conversion you have. While they still have the masks and they seem to have some sort of tubing on their heads to deal with their hair, as well as their tails having a smoky appearance, they don't seem to be as far as long as you. One of them looks up at you and waves and goes, "Hi," in your native tongue. But he has a very thick accent that says that they're not from the same universe. Or at least not from the same region.
Hello.
What can we get for you? Oh, you guys are further along than us, he says, walking up to you and then giving your chest a poke.
I will be right back.
Sure thing.
Yes, we... The transition was over 300 years ago. Well, no. 4, 5?
Oh yeah, we're not allowed to talk about it in our home universe. What can we get you? Need some ammunition?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting all of this. And his eyes drift over to the motorcycle.
He looks over the motorcycle and back at you and goes, "Oh, you like the bike, huh? Let me guess, you're new here."
I am very new here.
Yeah, the multi-universe, it screws you up pretty hardcore for the first 100 years or so. It's fine. He puts a hand on your shoulder and starts to lead you over the bike. We made this out of cobbled pieces that come from other realities. It's kind of a combo special, if you will. She runs. Do you want to try her?
Yeah, his tail is uncovered, so the vibrating of his vapors is very visible.
So that's a yes.
Yes. I would love to.
Shoal's also wondering if he would be able to ride it, because he does have a ride skill.
The
I do have ranks in ride.
Maybe. He'll look back and be like, hey, get the computer chip. The other Savnos will give a thumbs up and then not move, and he goes, no, get it now. The other one gives a thumbs up and he goes, oh my god, take off your headphones. And he walks up and pulls what looks like earplugs out. And he goes, computer chip. And the other one goes, Dad. He goes, never mind. Shoves it back into him. Goes and back and comes back with a computer chip. Walks up to the mainframe of it and goes, all right, so here's the brains. We just put it in here, slap it in, and the motorcycle starts up. Hey, bike. Bike. Taps the side of it. Bike. All right, it doesn't respond very well. I should have used a better
You
board.
should try using its full name, Bikel.
Get this one. Allowed to ride you. Come back when you're done. Pats it. All yours. Have fun. Points at the. I'm assuming Shoal is very interested in this too.
Yes.
You get
Shoal's
on.
never-
Get on.
Shoal will get on the bike very carefully.
Have fun, you two. Come back in like 30 minutes or something. I don't know. The bike usually figures that out.
Sounds good.
Oh.
And then he pauses and turns around and goes, what kind of speed do you guys use on your home plane?
Shoal goes, I don't even know what this is, but it looks cool. We didn't have wheeled vehicles on my world. Too much water.
Oh, well, he'll name off the equivalent for
miles?
last year that this thing tops out at 180 miles per hour equivalent.
Shoal's going to squint and what do I need to roll to transfer that to knots?
That would be for the Savnos to explain to you. But a navigation?
That is a 24 ride check to just start going.
Do I need to roll a ride check here as well?
Yes, because you need to hold on.
So I can just imagine, like, through the
That's a
bonded
20.
mind. Oh, okay. But I can just imagine through the bonded mind, like, just Shoal just screaming off into the distance.
No, he's just going, woo!
So the thing is that it'll move 50 feet around up until you get it warmed up. And the moment that you get it warmed up, because this is a handmade bike, it changes. Oh, it goes way faster. That building speed. By the way, knots an hour is 156.416.
Yeah, that's a lot faster than what any of the even the like the speedier boats from Shoal's world. That's that's pretty great.
And then there's that moment when the engine finally kicks in and you guys are going so fast that the blur of this place looks natural instead of supernatural. And roll a percentile. I need to know where you guys end up.
Kai, go.
So 180 miles per hour is 317 squares per turn.
Yep. It takes several minutes or a couple of minutes for it to get there, but
if we need to go somewhere distant, we can go somewhere distant.
The good thing about that roll is that it says that you don't end up in a completely other section of this particular market and the bike is leading you. Because otherwise you guys could have gone really far out.
Oh yeah, like Lost is actually getting, lost in it. He looks among the happiest that Shoal have ever seen him look.
Eventually, go ahead.
That is 1,585 movement speed.
Eventually, the bike takes over again and starts to guide you back. And then, as if to impress you, it does the classic, of course, Akira sliding stop. Stopping just inches away from Fret's feet. And Volt and Paint, since I'm assuming they're standing outside the shop still.
Probably.
Dr. Volt may be standing outside of the shop, but he also may or may not be studying a book.
So Dr. Volt gets a spook as he looks up and there's a motorcycle coming at him at full speed, then looks at the book, and then looks up and then suddenly the bike's right there and he's like, oh, right, that.
Why am I imagining, like, the very brief pang of fear? It's like, nope, but knowledge. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to be afraid.
Smiles in German. He's never afraid. He's always ready to find a new experiment. And we can't be destroyed anyways. And that slid from German to something else real quick.
Better than my German accent half the time.
Yeah, but with the timbre of your voice, it comes across a lot funnier.
Shoal,
And a
your
lot-
hair is permanently slicked back right now.
You mean my
Your
fur?
fur. Yes.
I've kind of got that like I've got anime hair going on right now.
Yep.
Shoal is fine with this.
Oh. I have missed this.
I've never seen him smile this wide before. It's kind of amazing. Also, woo, that was fast.
You do not understand. I had a bike. Not like this, but oh, there is nothing quite like this. Oh, and like, Lost is just sort of shaking. He's forcing himself to like relieve his hands from the handlebars.
I have a feeling I know what you're going to want to spend your money on.
I believe in your own terms, it is all the yes.
Correct. Shoal will also make a odd, sort of half meow, half chuff, and go, and that's how you say it in my language.
He attempts to repeat this back, but it ends up sounding like a little weird and metallic because of the helmet.
Close enough. Oh man, now Shoal really wants to teach Last Mariar just because of the accent would probably be hilarious if he ever met a cat shark.
Oh,
I
it would
mean,
be
if
weird.
the difference between big cats and house cats has taught me anything, the difference between smoke lions and cat sharks and regular cats is also non-existent.
Yeah,
Minimal.
It's all within about 10% of each other.
Yes. Any feline can technically learn anything with feline can technically learn Shoal's language with minimal difficulty. Some of the compound words and shorthands would be a bit harder to do because it's not underwater, but beyond that.
The motorcycle is going to actually start to try and pull itself back into the shop.
Obviously, we're going to let it.
Yeah, there's that brief awkward moment where Lost remembers, oh, right, this was a test drive, and he does that weird, awkward, like, trying to get off of it, hopping on one foot as he moves his other leg off the seat.
Shoal is just kind of like, already, he'd already hopped off, and he's kind of like just like bouncing in place. Well, now Shoal wants to inquire as to how much the bike is.
Are you going to go in?
Yes.
Yes.
You walk in, and the Savnos are back to work. The one that addressed you before will go ahead and lift or turn around and be like, I see you liked it.
I like them a lot.
Oh, here, hold on a moment. Come here, baby. He'll walk up to it and he'll press a button and he'll pull out that board again. Got to keep it out, otherwise she has a habit of, running off. She likes to joyride herself, apparently. Board came from a universe that wasn't quite as advanced as mine even, but it works, he says as he shakes it and he goes to bring it back.
Sounds about as reliable as fast.
And he'll slide it away and he'll come back and he'll be like, yeah, boards are kind of hard to come by at my planet. We had a little bit of a crisis, so get him from other Savnos, from other universe. If you got any scrap, he points at you with the finger guns. I will take it.
He sighs and frowns a bit, offering something of a helpless and sympathetic shrug. Unfortunately, there's not left of mine. Closest thing I have to scrap is my original mess.
Oof. Well, at least you know where to get some things. Do you want to pop it too? He offers over a bag while he walks over, because I have a feeling we're about to talk turkey.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
As for what you missed, last
I was
went on a
listening.
joyride. Oh, good.
Okay.
Why do I
I'm
get the
assuming
feeling...
Paint's in there now.
Yes.
Shoal is just coming along because he just kind of wants to listen.
Sure. Why not?
He'll offer over the bag and he'll go, okay, so here's what we got. That's a custom-made bike over there. I'm selling it for 2,000 years, and I've decided to sweeten the deal because nobody's picking it up. I'll throw in a free gun if you pick it up. Finger guns, of course. Got 3 models that I'm willing to throw in.
There is a wind whistle noise that comes from last. I don't have that on my card, but I know how to get it.
Fred has a excited look and scribbles out, "Ooh, are we gonna go sell things now?"
Yes, Fred. We are going to go sell things.
Should I be preparing some guns for you to preview?
I would appreciate that. Before you do, and he's going to pull out the bag. Do any of these catch your fancy?
I'm assuming this is the bag of the gems?
Yep.
He's gonna look at it and be like, no, I can't use these.
Expected as much.
The moment I put this in anything, they'll disappear, it looks like. I see the trigger right there. Points in the bag.
Right. I keep forgetting that these things are a little different.
Yeah, I don't have the stabilizing ability. I'm not much of a mage. I'm a mechanic and a gunsmith.
Something I appreciate far more than seeing another mage.
But I know a couple people that might be interested in these. God, am I really gonna suggest that guy?
Well, any
He goes-
direct sales I can make are better than putting up a stall.
Just hold on. He goes behind his desk and he pulls out a card. And he offers it over. I don't like this guy, but he's gem obsessed. And he holds over the card.
Last is going to take the card.
It says Greaves. And whatever else Zim wants it to say on the business card.
I would not say that I am gem obsessed so much as I simply... They sell well in any universe.
I like to believe that that is literally on the business card.
Yes, it is. And the Savnos just makes a face and goes, I really dislike this guy. But he's gotten me deals and scrap. I can't say. Tell him he owes me some scrap. Points at you. He heard me, but I know that he owes me some scrap, and he said he would get it here by last week. But time is subjective here, and I don't know what he thinks a week is now.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Was it last week or next week? Or perhaps 2 millennia from now?
Good luck.
I appreciate it. Well then, and he's going to flick the card between his fingers before holding it out to Fret as he leaves the shop. We're going to sell some things.
All right. Fret will take the card.
Most
And-
excellent.
Do some focusing on some navigation. Okay, that's a 19.
You're bringing gems. I don't think your roll counts against Greaves. Stupid fans.
Greaves is not a fae.
He makes deals with the Fae. It's close enough.
This is true.
Oh, he's a gnome.
He is a
That's not
simple
me.
gnomish merchant.
Yeah.
By the
he's a
way, I
gnome,
made this.
therefore-
I made this
therefore
entire
he's a-
party hate gnomes.
Oh yeah, gnomes are technically Fey adjacent. Or something. I remember that being a thing.
Zim, I hand the scene over to you. You can describe his cart. You have been given les numbers. The rest of the numbers are in the loot chat. For their base prices, I gave you the information. Have fun.
As you are pulling out the card and looking at it and trying to focus on it, a wagon just rolls up next to you. The side of it opens up, and a gnome with white hair, purple top hat, and purple overcoat stands there in the cart, smiling down at you. Ah, I see you were looking for me, yes? A little late, though.
Fret blinks confusedly.
Shoal also blinks. I'm assuming this is who we were sent to go find.
Oh,
Fret
yes,
nods.
Shoal, I am, in fact, Greaves.
Shoal
And
squints.
this is my cart.
I didn't tell you my name.
Well, sure you did not. But we've already met at some point. Or perhaps we met in the future. Or perhaps right now. Either way, hello! By the way, last,
Yes, sir?
please pass along to Arabaean that he is cute.
You are either very brave or very foolish. But I
Fret
will-
will, Fret will
Perhaps I am
scribble out,
neither.
I agree.
Fred, you're
You
going to
agreeing
hear
with-
in your head, oh, no need for writing out with me. I can see your thoughts right there.
Hey, that's my job.
Fret kind of looks very surprised. Oh,
And
okay.
Dr. Volt, what might I get for your scientific brain today?
I have already found what I believe I will find that will interest me most today, but perhaps another day you may have.
Fair, fair, you know where to find me. Or at least where I may find you, I suppose. Now then, I do believe
Dr. Volt
you
is not at
wished-
all disconcerted by this.
Now then, I
Shoal is
do
just
believe
suspicious
you
of
wish
people
to
knowing his
make
names.
business, yes?
Yes.
Fret nods enthusiastically.
Indeed.
And Fret will pull out something that's not on the list of things, probably. In that Fret pulls out a desert rose agate.
I gave you a price for that, right? Correct? Brett?
I was gonna say, I think he's looking for it.
I don't recall. Hold on, let me check if you mentioned it in DMs or something. But it's been a while. I picked it up on like that first Desert World thing.
Yep. It's okay. I'm digging through my notes.
This is me catch up.
So I've got something that I don't even have the proper setup for. Did you hear the last thing the fairy rat said was squeak? They were Fey Mouse last words.
Zim, I'm very tempted to give you that feat.
I have
then
got an
Shoal
open
ate
feed
them.
slot, and I have no idea what else to use it for.
Shoal will eat the mouse.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere where you mentioned the value of it.
There you go.
Also, I'm sorry to have caused complications immediately.
No, you're fine.
Ah, yes. So, this is not technically real. However, I do have uses for this. Let me see.
Fret will hand over the agate.
I suppose I could part with 100 months for this?
Fret has a contemplative look, and then kind of just shrugs. Well, actually, how about I do an appraise?
Go for it.
Okay. To see if that's fair. Okay, that is a appraise of 18.
Let me see here. You think it's worth probably around 94 gold?
Yeah, Fret will nod an affirmative and scribble out. That seems fair to me.
Really?
And then we'll underneath that we'll write out. Also, I'm continuing to write because they can't hear my thoughts. And gestures to the rest of the group.
I mean, I do have an item that could fix that if you've got enough.
Fret head tilts.
Anything is available here at Greaves Adventuring Co. and more.
Roll sense motive.
Okay.
Nope, you believe him.
Well.
There's absolutely no repercussions for doing business with a gnome. No, why would you have learned your lesson by now?
Especially with the regular dealings you have with a gnome.
That's a 13 total, by the way. But yeah, that's a garbage roll on the dice.
What kind of weird side effects would there be? Why would there be side effects?
Every item that you purchase from me does come backed by my money-back guarantee.
Fret nods an affirmative.
And no, Shoal, I am not a fae. My deals are by the book. No fine print here.
Squint. That's what a fae.
You cut out, but I speculate that was
That's what a
would say.
fae would say.
Okay.
I do work with them. They are very good at haggling, which your friend here is not.
Well, isn't it month equals a gold, 100 gold in... Yeah, so that was worth more than what I just valued it at, so...
Ah, but you
Yep.
see, everything here goes for a different price depending on who you are working with.
It's supply and demand in purest form.
Yeah, Fret just kind of throws his hands up and is like, I don't know. Mentally.
Take this, for example. And he's going to deliberately pull out the bag of gems, and he's going to fish out the black onyx, the most expensive gem, and hold it up for the group to see, including Greaves. To some, this may be but a simple black stone, worth no more than its base market value. But to someone like Greaves, and then he holds it up deliberately looking at Greaves, this is likely worth much more.
Fret will just if given back the desert rose agate, will give it to Lost and scribble out. I think that you should do the bargaining then.
I feel that you have made a terrible error, as I was never the person to handle money in my group. He's also not
Era,
going
you are
to
confused. You are confusing the hell out of me right now.
Okay. These gems are way more, or the gems in that bag are going to be worth way more, not just for their unreal properties, but because something they've gone through.
Ah, going through Twilight.
No, not Twilight, the world they were in. There's something special about these gems. That
Oh,
Greaves would know.
Oh, they've been magic blasted.
Yes. They're not only not real,
Of magic. There's that property of the world.
Astral wind.
they're magic devoid.
Alright.
They don't have any natural magic in them at all, which makes them prime catalysts for somebody that can properly use them to do crazy shit with.
They're perfect focuses.
Does that make more sense?
Sorry,
then?
but my brain is now just only thinking of magic blasted goldfish.
Okay. But no, that makes absolute sense.
So I've been feeding Zim numbers. The rose quartz agate has a value I gave him in months that he's
Yes.
or Greaves is willing to pay for. That bag of gems I'm giving you in years.
Okay. Okay.
Does that make... Because they're magically void gemstones, or semi-precious gemstones. and they're unreal, so you can also probably, screw somebody with them if they piss off Greaves. Because if they don't know what it is, they'll just disappear.
So, that entire bag there you have is very interesting. As for you, Fred, you really should learn to at least haggle a little bit. You see, the fun of doing business is the haggling. I'll freely admit I was underselling you on that. By almost half.
Fred has a confused look and is like doing mental math about year into scale conversion.
Now, as for whether you do get the full price, that is up to you and your haggling. I can see that you are confused. I'll let you figure that out. Maybe Shoal can help you. Last. Are you offering the entire bag?
Seeing as we've little use for these otherwise, why not sell them to someone who sees their value?
Ah, yes, yes. Come, let me take a look. Everything that you have.
It is a hefty bag. There's a lot.
He kind of reaches out. He does seem to struggle a little bit as he takes it from last and puts it on the counter and just starts pulling out gem after gem after gem. He inspects them all. Yes, yes. Magically devoid. Could be used for many purposes. There's a lot that can be done with these, actually. Truly a phenomenal amount. Though my favorite is always taking a magical being and just canceling out their magic with it. They never see that coming. Let us see. I suppose I could part with... I would say 15,000 euros for the bag.
Oh boy. I feel like I should sense motive to see if this is potentially him haggling us slightly down.
Yeah, Fred's gonna sense motive this.
I even have a sense motive.
Dr. Bolt's
Not
going to sense
really.
motive. Hey, look, he looks really trustworthy.
26.
26 and
22.
I will be ruling, however, that Shoal just distrusts gnomes on principle.
yeah.
That's what you get for being part Fae.
Shoal, I am not a fae. I am but a simple gnomish merchant. While the gnomes that you know may be fae, I assure you I am from a different place where we are not, in fact, fae.
That's what a Fae would say.
I'm not certain your companion there has ever denied being a fae.
No, they don't always have to. Some will, though, especially when they're extra tricky.
And yet I have no reason to trick you. After all, I pointed out to Fred
That we know of.
I pointed out to Fred there that I was undercutting him.
Speaking of that sense motive,
Fred,
he did say he was cutting you by nearly half before.
Okay. Fred does bonded mine to Shoal. So just to be fair, Kitsune are technically Fae adjacent to kind of.
Squints at Fret. Betrayal.
So, about that sense motive.
Yep, yeah. As I said, he freely admitted before that he was almost cutting Fred by half there. So he's probably playing the same game as before.
Only 15,000 years?
Do you have a counter offer?
Let's say 25,000.
Ah, someone that does know how to haggle, though that is definitely far too high. I suppose I could go for 18,000?
22,000.
Hmm. 19.
20.
I believe we will have ourselves a deal.
He's going to look at the others. 20 seems fair, doesn't it?
Shoal nods.
Fred gives a thumbs up.
20,000 years.
Dr. Volt continues to read his book.
I was going to say, Dr. Volt smiles in German, flips page.
He's currently reading a chapter about how you can actually create a microchip that can re-empower a ring temporarily to double its effects. Though, oh boy, caster level required is 7. Oof.
Dr. Volt is, I will just inform the party. Dr. Volt has become a lot more mad scientist.
Oh no.
Yes, he has. You're welcome. Actually, thank your tippers.
Thank you, Key.
Speaking of, we're at $20 out of 50 on my channel. It's 50 minutes left to have one of the most fantastic NPCs I have come onto the stage at some point. Either rate, one way or the other, Greaves will pull out.
Is it the fashion guy?
I don't know. I will neither confirm nor deny.
It's Felipe.
Also,
Yeah,
check
yeah.
your DMs there.
Felipe. Well, I guess I'm going to be getting that Heart of the Ocean after all.
So, if the deal is struck, I'm assuming you guys are going to split this up between all 5 members of the party, correct?
Yes.
Greaves is going to pull out a card reader, and from his pocket, he pulls out a black diamond made card that has his name written in gold filigree. He simply swipes it first and then turns it for each person to swipe their own card to achieve an additional 5,000 years each.
Ooh.
Hey, Fret, you wanted shit, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well.
You guys are reaching the level where I gotta give you magical items or you're gonna crumble.
We knew the gems were going to get us stuff.
I also
What
didn't
did you
think
say
anybody
the
was actually
rough
gonna study the gems. Go ahead.
What did you say the rough conversion was between time and GP?
Roughly a gold a month.
I thought it was a
And
goal
12
every
months
2
in a
months.
year?
12 months in a year, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it is a gold a month.
They undervalued experience here.
Or at least most do.
Congratulations.
Greaves on the
Vari.
other hand.
You're not supposed to do it as a player, but okay.
What did
Thanks,
Vari
Vari.
do?
I completed the goal.
More outfitters, more flair.
What do you mean he's not supposed to as a player? You tip to the channel on most of the games you're in.
Yeah, I
anyway.
mean, like, it's almost tradition at this point.
Oh, goodness. All right. All right. as the transaction completes. What form is this taking, Zim?
Now, because of the haggling there and such, Fret,
Fret ear perks.
what would you like? Would you prefer an earring? Perhaps something you can eat and just gain the ability. I do see you already have some earrings. Perhaps a collar or some magical eyes, an enchantment on your muzzle, whatever you would like.
Fret has a confused look, not really. Are you talking about the communication thing? Okay, well, I wasn't actually expecting that.
Let's just say the gems paid for it.
Fret has a contemplative look.
Come on
And,
now, as you know in this place, time is money.
Fret will, think, you mentioned something about a muzzle?
Ah, yes, an enchantment upon your muzzle. Oh, if you
Fred
do
has
want one that they tend to put on animals to prevent them from biting others, we could do that as well, if you wish to go that kinky with it.
Fred,
I am
think
not
your
one
language
to
just got
judge.
spoken.
What was that?
I said, Fred, I think your language just got spoke. A weird augment through a weird magic item sounds right up Fret's alley. Why are you wearing a muzzle? So that way you can hear my brain thoughts. What?
Yeah, like I feel that it would be kind of a fitting thing, the thing that you would usually use to stop communication.
Is what allows him to communicate. Trust me, this is right up Vari's lane,
I
not
know.
just Fred.
I'm aware.
Degenerate little monster.
I think it's a muzzle.
Shoal already knows what Fret's going to pick the moment he heard the option. So Shoal is just kind of giving Fret the, we all know what you're going to get, just pick it already. Look.
Though Fret does, after voicing that opinion, does dismissively note, or just an earring would be fine.
But I think we know that the muzzle is what you wish.
And Fret does the, gosh dang it, finger snap.
You weren't fooling
but
anyone.
Looks very amused.
Fret, you weren't fooling anyone.
Whispers is going to abuse that.
Fret, dances at Shoal.
Can I just say, I love that that's become a thing for Fred. Just dances at you.
Shoal debates pushing him over.
Well, Greaves is going to pull out one of the gems from the bag. Then just kind of shake his head, put it aside, pull out another. Kind of look at it in rather closely. It does have a rather nice lime green color to it. And he's going to kind of wave his hand, and it reshapes into one of those cage muzzles. Complete with straps going around the back. leather straps, but and the clasp on it, he is going to hold out what looks to be just a standard lock, just in case you want to go especially kinky with it.
So is that what you put on someone to make sure they don't state that they're going to steal the Declaration of Independence?
Yes.
Yeah.
A cage muzzle?
Yes. I know exactly where you're going with that. That's why I said yes.
Lol, Ido.
You were made in darkness, but I was born in it, molded by it.
Yeah, basically.
Oh boy. I had to.
I appreciate this.
I mean, I've basically wound up doing my own horrible attempts at a Bane voice regularly for a couple of streams now since I've been doing Advance Wars.
Yes, the what's his name?
Sturm.
Doing Sturm,
Sturm.
your choices are either Bane or Darth Vader.
Or some combination thereof.
Ido danced at me.
I can't think of Darth Vader without thinking of my old copy of Battlefront 2 and the fact that any time Darth Vader came onto the field, his voice lines would glitch out because the disc was so old and a little scratched up. And anytime he would try to say the dark side, it would just go the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark, the dark on repeat for like 5 minutes. And so anytime I think of Darth Vader, that just goes in, that just plays through my head, completely rent free.
See, the problem is that whenever I hear, or you're just making me think of Zigzag.
Oh.
It appears somebody has planted explosives. All your base are belong to us. You have no future. Make your time. Either rate,
Those aren't the several of those aren't the words. It's someone set up us the bomb, and you have no chance to survive. Make your time.
you got to ruin it. It's been so long now. Give my old ass brain a break, okay? I'm in my late 30s, and I've listened to that so many times. Either rate, yes, Fret, you're going to be handed a muzzle.
Of course.
Congratulations on your
lime
limited
green color.
Congratulations on your limited telepathy lime green muzzle.
I mean, at least it matches his eyes.
I will give you stats for it later because I've got to do a little research.
Okay.
Please remind me because I will forget.
I don't think Fret's going to forget this.
And of course, Ido shares the Rex muzzled emote.
Lol. So it sounds like your business with Greaves is over for the time being, and Greaves can go back to doing whatever it is Greaves does when Greaves is not near player
Grieving?
characters.
Oh, he sits in a theater and watches the show.
Multiple universe theory is so fantastic, isn't it? Quote
So
for Fret's
many
new muzzle. You lost the game, Gib Gab.
Oh no.
So the question is where do you guys go first with the vibrating smoke line in your midst?
I imagine we're probably...
We directly turned right around.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Because
we're probably
we're
going to
right
go
in
get
front of the
Rastus'
place.
bike.
Just turn on his heel and go into the shop.
One more moment.
Hmm?
Could you deliver this for me?
Oh, right. I forgot to tell you that you owe scrap to Holdfast.
Well, yes, I am aware. And he's just going to push a very large bag out and just let it clang on the ground.
Ah. Thank you. And he's going to go pick up the bag. I'm going to make a strength check even if Era doesn't ask me to.
This is why I love my players. Sometimes they just make themselves roll and I just sit back and go,
Okay, that's a 16. That's not terrible.
You can still only drag it.
Uh,
I will roll strength to assist.
you say that, but I have. Oh wait, yeah, I have a heavy load belt.
Yeah, he's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, heavy load belts are wildly good.
God, they're
That
fantastic.
and muleback cords. And when you
Points-
have both of them, oh
Points
my
at
god.
Skinner. Points at Skinner. Points at Skinner.
Bug
So,
Yeah.
Last hefts up this bag and goes back in the shop.
Paint
The
is
moment you
already
see
in.
the scrap, or they see the scrap, both of them come up and take the scrap and it open up and they go, "We're gonna make so many things." The one with headphones on pulls out his ears and shouts, "I'm going to make so many things!" And then he gets swatted. Kid.
Last makes a motion with his hand, like dial down the volume a bit.
He lives with headphones on. I swear to God, when he finishes the conversion, he's going to be deaf and like ruin himself. Whatever. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I did want to do something.
I mean, just
with
because someone
paint, but I
shouts,
was-
that's no reason to do that. I mean, it's a felony.
What were you saying, Zim?
I did want to do something with paint while they were talking with Greaves.
Well, what's that?
The moment that he would have grabbed his own card and gone right into the shop.
Are you buying it for him?
Yes.
Oh.
What?
Paint has no idea what else to spend his years on.
This is oh, hold on. I'm rolling perception to see if I notice Paint doing this.
Roll sleight of hand, Paint.
For stealth?
He's not beating me. Well, he might. If he rolls a 20, he might.
Or stealth.
No.
Nope.
No. I rolled a 26. So I'm gonna notice him. Just because I wanted to see if I noticed Paint doing this, and then Shoal is immediately going to understand exactly what Paint's doing. And not say a damn word about it.
Because why would Shoal?
Well, for starters, hopefully it'll get Paint to stop depresso espresso around him. And for second, it'll be funnier to see Last's expression.
See, what we're going to do here is, he says, decided to pick it up, huh? To Last.
Last blinks all 4 eyes in sequence. Just that shutter snap of click, 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 click.
Nope, he hasn't said that Paint has paid for it yet.
Oh, right. Yes.
Well, fantastic. So let me show you the selection of guns that we have here. Since I did say I was going to go ahead and get one, we'll let you choose one here. And then I'll give you the motherboard and you'll be good to go, okay? Pats your back, starts to walk towards the back counter. Come on, come on, come on. I've got scrap to play with.
All right, I'm coming.
You can hear Shoal audibly snickering.
Though, if you need a cautionary tale, and he's going to point towards one of his eye lenses, I did Cinder for a while, so I'm partially blind.
I don't... Is that a future drug? It's probably a future drug. Hey, boy. Boy. He grabs something from behind the counter and beans the other one. He pulls out his headphone. What, Dad? Do you know what Cinder is? Bad drug. How do you know that? He puts his headphone in really quickly and goes back to work.
Well, if you ever need to look for it, usually in a glass capsule, hypostem, it's red. I'd show you what the effects are, but that requires I become slightly less decent.
He wavers. You wouldn't believe how many of our species prefer the nude, apparently.
Well, when you're made of vapor, he shrugs.
One way or the other. I got 3 choices here. They're a little bit on the older side, so I apologize. One of these is a single shot. He'll start off and he'll slide a gun on there and he'll go, "This is the absent comment. This is a single shot rifle." He pulls off the back. Drop the round in here, slap it in, and you get to fire 1 round. It's a little bit finicky, though. The kid painted it. I can really handle it, repainting it and break his heart. So if you do, just don't do it here. It's a little loud. This one here is the D8 or 886-6. This is a Soul Gallant model. We did go ahead and move the rail to the front here initially, but it fell off, so now we know it's back here. The rail on the bottom can hold a flashlight and a couple of other things, but be careful. It's known for getting you if you hold it wrong.
We'll slide by it.
Yep. Well, not a slide bite. The Picatinny rails.
Picatinny?
Yep, Picatinny rails.
Oh, okay.
This one, unfortunately, does not have a magazine due to where they decided to put the Picatinny rails. This last one here is the 236-8 Never model. This one is a magazine fed. You can use a magazine on it. It can only handle 5 rounds of magazine, though, so be careful with that. He flops it over where the magazine would sit. It's a slim body, but it does just what it's supposed to, but it still requires you to pull the bolt back to pop it out. It's not a gas action.
I remember hearing about the Never. They use this for centuries.
Yeah, it's a solid guy. We have quite a few of them, actually.
Really? That's odd. I heard they were favored for some time.
He gives you a look and goes, if they're favored by some time, and you're in the future, and I'm from the past, what do you think is the million of them I planet?
Fair point.
All these models are +1. They can be enchanted a little bit further if you have the coin for it, or the years in this particular process. I can't do it. But
Gun is gun, though. Although, single shots are... I love single shots, person. For the third one, Era, is it just remove? You have to use the bolt to cycle each shot for the magazine as well?
Yep.
Okay, so kind of like yeah, okay.
Kind of like a World War I era gun.
Yeah.
Where you could have the clip in there, but you'd still have to pull the bolt to get the next gun in.
Yep. I know exactly the type of gun I'm thinking of. It's just your standard, slightly more modern bolt action.
Yep.
Meanwhile, I just saw it like Viv just like pointing at his hand like Mr. Incredible. Gun is gun.
Yes. All guns are gun. Do gun things. No, in all seriousness. If I was playing a different character, we all know which one I would want.
Oh, what one's that?
I don't know. Which one did I use in your one shot?
Oh, he's talking about his Ivali
Paracausal.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I just got the finished ref sheet for Fuse.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
I will put it in art.
Yeah. I'm a sucker for single shotguns aesthetically and functionality, honestly.
These are all single shots.
The other one isn't.
It's bolt action.
That's not single shot.
True.
Single shot is you have to load a bullet, and then that's the only one it can have, like the Henry Martini.
True.
Well,
I personally like bolt actions because I like pulling back the bolt.
That's also true.
Because there's something satisfying about a pump action or a bolt action where you pull it back and you hear that click, click, thunk.
Pump actions are amazing.
Hear me out. Hear me out, though. M1 Garand.
You can't really beat the Garand ting, to be fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
The Garand ping is just...
The Garand is what I imagine the Never sounds like.
Viv, you need to come up here so that way I can put my 12 gauge in your hands because it's got kickback.
Ooh.
And I have a feeling you're going to love it.
Yes.
The first review I watched of it, the guy shot it and he didn't exactly expect it, but he did double aught and he almost fell backwards.
Ooh.
I got to lean into it. It's fun.
Yeah, one of the games I play with my roommate, you can like mag check your guns and whatnot, so you can like cock the shotguns and bolties. And anytime we're just not doing anything, I'm just constantly spamming that keybind to just cock the shotguns, and my roommate gets so mad. He hates me spamming that.
When I was around 7 or 8, my dad was in the Marine Corps. And I got suspended from school because they thought I was whistling. And that actually prompted me to learn how to whistle because I did not know how at that time and was not going... If I'm going to get blamed for it, I might as well learn how. Anyways.
Yep. So that you can do it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I argued with the teacher. I'm like, I don't even know how. And she was like, fine, you're suspended. But either rate, my dad took me to the Marine Corps base with him. One of his, I don't know, I know it was one of his underlings, but I don't know if he was like training or not, I don't know. Either way, they were like, hey kid, want to check this out? Took me out and put me behind a 50 cal.
Oh, boy!
Nice.
Oh, yep, I've got a similar story, unfortunately.
My dad did not come home for about a week after my mom found out.
So when I was I had a similar experience because when I was 14, my dad drove us out somewhere, and I don't remember because I was 14, but it was a long drive, and we went to this base. We were on this base, and he was talking to some guy that was apparently his friend. And he looked at me at one point in time and then looked at my dad and said something akin to, hey, is he like you? And my dad was like, no, but try it anyways. So they brought me out to the shot range and they dropped a 50 cal in my hands. I weighed 80 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
The first time he had me lay down on my belly and I slid back like 3 feet and he went, holy shit. So the second time he put a foot behind me and that almost flung me up, but I hit the target. I hit 3 targets that day. Then they took it away because I was going to get hurt.
Oh, yeah. You only get a couple of shots, and then you're like, okay.
Yeah, that caused my shoulder to get dislocated.
I had scrapes up my stomach.
So, my older half-brother, he's law enforcement. And he, one time, we've got a shooting range, and... because we live way out in the woods and we've got a nice berm to shoot into. Yeah, he brought an MP5 to play with.
Nice.
40 cal is what it was chambered for.
Ooh.
So yeah, so it's the big spicy MP5.
And
not
totally
just 9mm. It's the 40 cal version.
It's the real deal. That'd be fun. Okay, before we get too lost in this, because we're already, on several FBI watch lists, what'd you say about the number? Key?
Oh, I just said that I imagine that the Never sounds like the Garand with its bolt action.
Probably. I love that sound.
Well, no offense to your son, but unfortunately... in my time, my world, the Absent Comet is more of a collector's piece. And as for the Gallant, I've never been fond of its design, though it's the most modern one. And he's going to reach out and pick up and get a feel for the Never that is presented to him. I think this is my choice.
All right, and then he'll turn around and he'll pull out the board and he'll offer it over. Here's the board.
He will take the board.
And you're good to go. He claps his hand and goes back to his bag of scrap. Oh, by the way, do you know how to make ammo for that thing?
I don't really remember. It's been over a century since I've gotten the chance.
He'll walk back over, he'll dig through a few things, then he'll pull out the specs for it and drop it on the counter. That good?
That'll do. Thank you.
Don't have a clip right now for that, or a magazine. Gonna have to make one. You got it. Pats you on the shoulder, goes back to his thing. He hasn't charged you yet.
He's going to... he's starting to juggle things in his arms now, because he's got the Never in his arms, he's got the chip between his fingers, and now he's grabbing the schematics with his other hand, and it occurs to him. And there's this blank look of thought for a minute that you can practically see the ellipses forming on his eye lenses. Don't you need my card?
It's already been paid for. Make sure to name her something good, all right? Or him. It doesn't talk, so gender is kind of hard to determine sometimes. Old boards, I don't think even had a gender.
I mean, in the future, we kind of moved past that. We only use pronouns because it's a holdover.
Oh. Hot.
Oh yeah, I had a friend who identified as a threat.
Well, identify as available. Finger guns.
Fred will suddenly break into dance.
Shoal will push Fred over.
I was going to say, this is probably one of the few times you've seen Lass' eye lenses like fog over and go red.
Blushing.
Oh.
Oh. Wait, but who? Oh, who paid?
Points at Paint. Oh, it was just an animal, but came in with the card. Then barked at me barked at the motorcycle till I ran the card.
Paint is on the floor with his art supplies out, currently sketching something.
Lost is going to set aside his shiny new gun and schematics and sort of crouch down to see what Paint is doing.
Paint is currently sketching what looks to be some form of weird contraption that attaches to the back of the bike, with himself sitting sideways across it. Which he then goes over and nudges at Volt with.
Dr. Volt will take a look at the illustration and then go, only with his consent.
I don't know if putting it on the back would be the wisest.
Paint has no concept of sidecar, though. Otherwise, that would be what he's drawing.
Paint has no concept of riding in last lap.
That too.
Front and center. The superior option.
Indeed. But if Paint thinks it's necessary, we could always get a sidecar. But first, he's going to come over and pat Paint on the head, and then do the little head bonk. You are a wonderfully good boy. Do you know that?
He looks up, tries to shake his head, but his head is being held.
Uh-oh. Not this time. Even if I might ever be upset, you will always be my good boy.
He kind of looks down and sends along the image of the air ball again.
I understand what you were trying to do. And it did hurt, I won't lie. but you also didn't know that it would. I ask that you be patient with me, okay?
He sneezes.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Paint, for this gift. I don't know how I'll ever repay you.
Paint tilts his head, doing the doggy confusion look.
Well, there are a few ways I can repay you.
The Good Boy Club.
Yup. Well, I do so hate to split this group. But would you mind terribly if I took Paint for a ride?
Shoal shakes his head.
Fret shrugs and limited telepathy is. I could use a trip back to a maid shop, anyways.
All right. Well, Lost briefly contemplates leaving his card with Fred.
That's a poor decision.
It is a poor
Very
decision.
poor decision.
But also, he knows that if he goes to the Good Boys Club and they only have Paint's card, that defeats the purpose of going to the Good Boys Club if they have to purchase it.
I'm assuming you guys are going to go and talk about this outside the shop, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we are taking these things outside.
While you guys are talking about it, somebody moves up to Paint directly and goes, "Oh, puppy! Oh my god, I cannot believe how cute you are!"
Oh, I hate this
He
already.
is backing away quickly, going behind Lost.
He looks up, the half-elf, and he snaps, "Felipe believes your dog is wonderful."
I can't believe I called it.
We all
Is
knew
this-
it. We all
Yeah,
knew
we-
it was Felipe.
It was clear. It was gonna happen.
I mean, everybody. Except
Well,
for me,
yeah,
'cause
I
don't
know
what this
only
is.
a very small repertoire of Era's characters.
Yeah.
Felipe is going to point at the bike and be like, who this belong to?
The bike happens to be mine.
Is the dog also yours?
I would not say that I own my friend here.
Oh, he's intelligent. Well, Felipe must. He must. Is he going to be riding with you?
Yes.
Ooh, Felipe must. He must. You all must look fantastic. This bike is fantastic. That dog is absolutely adorable. You're all adorable. Dr. Volt. Or not Dr. Volt. We'll point at Dr. Volt. Mad scientist. Ooh, I can work with that. You all come to my shop later. Me and Jessica will make you fantastic. This is my card. He'll shove it into Last's hands. You come. We must make you all fantastic. Especially the cute doggo. We could put him in such a cute little outfit.
Paint does not know why, but the idea of this fills him with dread.
This also fills Last with dread.
We'll get the aesthetic right later. For the meantime, Felipe is off. He needs more fabric. Bye! And then he'll snap and he'll walk off. Then he pauses and looks back after he's a little bit away. You will come. Or Felipe comes to you. Felipe knows a good client when he sees one. And then he continues on.
I'm not the only one who just had a vaguely threatening hallucination, right?
Shoal just kind of goes, I don't think that was a hallucination.
Fret just shrugs.
Because Felipe saw a cute dog and he wants to make a cute outfit for the cute dog, and therefore it's going to happen. I rolled a d6 to see which one of you was going to be targeted by Felipe. It landed on Pate.
Oh no.
Oh,
That is at the very least the one that makes the most sense.
So
Okay,
this
so-
is how Paint is punished for his crimes.
But okay, hear me out though. It's a wonderful idea. Paint with like the motorcycle helmet and like a cape or something. Yeah.
No capes.
No cape only for the dinner party.
Seriously, I would watch a TV show that is just her.
So would I.
Yeah.
She needs her own movie. Like, forget the rest of the series. Just her.
No, not a movie. I want it to last longer. That's why I said TV show.
Oh, like a mini series, like some Emperor's New Groove type nonsense.
8
Just
seasons.
That had a cartoon.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
Edna mode.
That's what I mean.
The Mode Show.
I-
There you go. Got the title.
Either way, I do believe this is where I'm going to pause things.
Aw.
All right.
Well, we got 10 minutes left, and I don't want to go through the rest of the shopping in this episode and stick you with Felipe and see what he's going to do to the lot of you.
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't want to stop.
We
Yeah,
we
but
know.
it's-
But
Yeah, but some of us need to stop. I'm not one of them.
as much as I don't want to stop, I also know that we have to stop.
Yeah, it's getting near time.
So let's throw
what's
up some credits, and then let's find somebody to raid.
I won't actually be ending yet.
Ah.
I'm going to be continuing to stream for a little bit for the randomizer.
How has Stardew been going, by the way?
It's been going all right. I've done not a lot of progressing, which was kind of the problem. I did a lot of replacing of things and organizing of things. And
Well, let me do this really quickly then. If that's the case, then I want to thank everybody over my side so much for watching. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully you get plenty of rest or drink plenty of water. Take care of yourselves, and may the critical rolls be with you. Otherwise, we will be raiding Oneko Taigo tonight, so go and say hi and give them another hype train because I said so.
And
Bye, everybody. Wahaha. Who wants to flip the table today?
I will.
Flip that table.
Do it.
Ah!
Well, looks like my second game is canceled, so I'm gonna go figure
I guess
out
we can
something
continue
to
with
do.
this one.
Oh, good point.
No.
I wish.
Somebody give Kai some energy drinks. Let's go.
That's not going to help
No.
him tomorrow, and his mate will not be happy. So
Yeah, I have to
Canis-
work, and also Canis would be so upset with me.
It's okay.
Aw.
Pink
he'd
will
be
give
so
him the
upset with
puppy dog
us.
eyes.
No, he'd mostly be mad at me, and you know what? That's fine.
No,
no, Canis would be mostly mad at me, and I don't want to do that to him.
Yeah.
and also he would actually be quite upset with me. I do not want
Oh.
that.
no upsetting dear important people.
Yes.
Let's not upset Key's partner, please.
Yes.
He big sweetheart is sad when he upsetty.
Alright, on my side, let me go ahead and do the outro real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you everybody for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by commissioning one of the artists that I manage for, such as Raijin or Conrad. But otherwise, thanks so much for joining. Make sure you check out my friends who also stream, such as Drunk_Dragon_Era, who ran this game, and Oneko Taigo. Did I get it right that time?
Yeah, pretty much.
I
Close enough.
will try again every time. I do it in the intro every time, and I know I mess it up every time. One of these days I'll get it.
Tyago.
Tyago?
Tomeko Tyago.
You are further from correct than Zim.
It's because I took Japanese for 5 years, so I know how to actually pronounce it. So unfortunately, I'm going to speak it the way that it's in Japanese because it is Japanese.
Anyways,
Hiya.
go check
Hiya.
them out. Their link is down in the description below if you're watching this on YouTube. I bid you all the most fondest Duke.
Bye.
Bye.